you can't enter Zion. Even if your sin is as small as a mustard seed, you can't enter Zion. Even if your sin is as small as a mustard seed, you can't enter Zion. Rastafari is the Lord of Lords. Give them some praise unto Jah.
82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. 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 Inherit.
From the beginning, there was the Word. Jah, Rastafari. Oh. Jah is the ever-living. Positive vibration. Evil and corruption, I call Babylon. Come from Jaja to sing you this song, and I know I can't go wrong when I sing say Babylon kingdom got to fall down. 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 Babylon kingdom bound to fall down. Babylon kingdom bound to fall down. Babylon kingdom got to fall down. Babylon kingdom got to fall down. Babylon kingdom got to fall down. Babylon kingdom bound to fall down. 400 years have passed and gone. 400 years have passed and gone. 400 years have passed and gone. I no free. Oh, taken away in captivity. Taken away in captivity. Taken away in captivity from Africa, our father's land. Well, Jah Rastafari, ever living, King of kings, Lord of lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, oh, Lion of David, Roots of Solomon, our brother Moses. From the bosom of Abraham, deliver I and I, deliver thy children, O Jah, from the hands of the wicked, from the hands of the wicked, from the hands of the wicked. I come from Jaja to sing all this song, and I know I can't go wrong
Yes. Shalom, Chabarim. Yes, Shalom, Rastafari. Here, T to T, Testify Tuesday. Yeah, here at the third day of the Shabbat, right here, for the Testify Tuesday. We have this Torah reading and feeding right here. Greetings, Lidge, Jawar, Levi, yes, I, Rastafari. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Here we're at the third day of the Shabbat, 19th sabbatical study for this Shabbat Shalom.
I'm gonna testify.
Yes. So here the third day, we have the third aliyah, the third reading right here. Here, Teruma, Parashat Teruma. Teruma, translated as offering. As offering. Here we're picking up right here with this Torah reading and feeding. Teruma, the contributions, where Moses is in the mount. So the people really don't really hear this part right here. This is the interesting part of it. That the people are not really hearing this part, right? The people are down at the foot of the mount, waiting for Moshe. But Moshe is receiving the direction instructions for the construction of a structure that's known as the sanctuary, the Mishkan, the Mikdash from the Kadash, then it's a holy place, a set apart place that would be where Yahuwah would abide, would dwell, or the Mishkan. So the tabernacle has a few key names. But right here for the third reading, we have Exodus chapter 25, verses 31 to chapter 26, 14. Now in the third reading, the Shalishi Aliyah, Yahweh Eloheinu instructs them, right, to make a 6-branched, 7-lamped lampstand, the menorah. Now we had went into this on the Monday podcast, the previous podcast, second day of the Shabuah, where we had the first and second readings. We kind of zoomed in on some of the details concerning what is known Hebraically as the menorah. Often in the KJV translations, they would translate candlestick. And there, for purposes of study to show ourselves approved, that's a false translation, the candlestick. For what's being spoken of here in the proper context. The proper context is a lampstand. Now, this is not saying that one should not use candles or candlesticks, not getting in that, having a zeal, not according to knowledge. So we're not dismissing, the use of candlesticks or even a candlesticks, the candlesticks, as we call the candlesticks, But what we're saying is that right here in the Torah reading and feeding, it's a false translation, and therefore, if we're really studying it, we will come across the fact that, wait, how can this be, a candlestick and it's talking about lamps? Lamps are different than candles, and a candlestick is powered by basically wax, while the menorah here, the instruction for the menorah is concerning oil, powered by oil. And then as we go further, in our studies as disciples, we'll see the link, the correspondence between oil, as one of the symbolic commodities that are mentioned here in the instruction, right, concerning the tabernacle. But here in the third reading, once again, Elohim instructs them to make a 6-branch. And also we spoke about the general shape. What would the shape of this menorah, this lampstand be? And we link the lampstand in its shape, right, according to the script, with what's called the 6-pointed star from a kind of a top-down view, right? Hopefully we can go into that, expand on that. We have a couple of more exhibits to kind of share. But let's just touch on this right here, the third reading for the third day. So we like this explanation here. This is here we're linking with the wiki, right? Wikipedia site. Let's just back it up for a moment. Right here, we're at the LOJ site, as you can see right here, LOJS, the Torah readings, this week's portion, this sabbatical manna, the angel's bread right here. It's called, in the Hebrew, teruma, translated as contribution, signifying what's called the Heave offering. Bamarinya, in the King of Kings Bible, we have sitota and mebba. Now, the reason why there's two words there is that we study teruma as we pick up with Exodus chapter 25, verse 1, we'll see that the word teruma in the Hebrew is twice, translating the KJV as offering, respectively as offering, and my offering, or terumati. So the translator translates teruma, this Torah, this 19th sabbatical study, as KJV, King James Version, from low degrees to high degrees, as offering, right? So we went into some more detail on the etymology, Hebrew etymology of teruma, and the link with the verb root, shoresh, the root called the shoresh, the room, which means to like lift up or to like exalt, to lift something up, right? So it's like an up offering, and therefore the old English expression is a heave, the heave offering. So here, picking up with the first part of the reading and feeding from the Torah. We have the Torah reading, Exodus chapter 25, verses 1 to 27, 19. Then we have the prophets reading, 1 Kings, focus verses chapter 5, verse 12 to chapter 6, verse 13. 6:13, interesting. Then the third from the Brit Hadasha, right, or the New Covenant reading, New Testament reading, Adis Kidan, Hadish Kidan, the Brit Covenant Hadasha, the renewed covenant reading. We have 2 Corinthians chapter 9, focus verses 1 to 15, and the Gospel according to Matthew to Matthew's Gospel chapter 5, focus verses 33 to 37. Just as an overview, the three readings from the Torah. The Torah is the groundation here. Torah reading, the Haftarah, or the prophets reading, and the Brit Hadasha, or the New Covenant, New Testament reading. So we touched on the first reading, first day's reading, Exodus chapter 25, verses 1 to 16, as well as the second day's reading, the Sheni Aliyah, Exodus chapter 25, verses 19 to 30. And so here for the third day, T to T, with third day's reading, the Shalishi Aliyah, namely Exodus chapter 25, verse 31 to 26:14. Let's go over here again. You can click on that here. The wiki page is pretty well sourced. The Wikipedia page. I noticed with the Yehudi, certain Yehudi Judaic things are pretty well sourced, and referenced, so, many errors are usually weeded out. Now, we didn't do this before, but let's do this right here since we're on teruma, so we can get a basic overview. There's a lot going on here with the construction, with the instructions for the construction of the Mishkan, construction of the sanctuary. So here we have teruma, okay? You know what we do? Let's do this right here. First things first, let's just touch on the quick first words. Give me a moment, and we'll get into some more of the details right there. So some of the first words right here. Right, let's scroll this back right here. First words in Exodus chapter 25, verses 1, and in verse 2, right, we have the key word for teruma. Let me see if we have that right here. The first words, audible right here. Okay, we didn't upload it. Okay, so let's just do this right here. Give me one moment here, brothers and sisters. Let's see. All right. Yeah, so we don't have it on the board right here. But that doesn't stop us. That won't slow us down right there. Just give us one moment here, two ways. Check it.
Psalm.
לא הלך, בעצת רשעים ובדרך חטאים לא עמד, ובמושב עצים לא ישב. חיים בתורת יחווה, חפצו ותורתו יהגה יומם ולילה. והיה חיית שלטור על פלגי מים, אשר פריו ייתן בגתו. ועליהו לא ייבוא, וכל אשר יעשה יצליח. לא כן הרשעים, כי אם חומות אשר תדפנו רוח. על הן לא יחומו בשנים. במשפט וחטאים ועדת צדיקים. כי יודע יחווה דרך צדיקים ודרך רשעים תמיד.
But the ungodly are not so, no. They're like the shaft the wind just blows away. They cannot stand in the judgment, no. They're gonna fade away. Just said he knoweth the ways of the righteous, but the ways of the ungodly must perish. He said he knoweth the ways of the righteous, but the ways of the ungodly sure gonna perish. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Blessed is the man I say,
they keep it the laws of the Most High. They're like the light on the
Yes. From Psalm 1. Psalm 1, Blessed Ashrei Ha'ish. Psalm 1 right there, the Psalm of the two ways. Psalm 1, Ashrei Ha'ish. Give thanks, Maccabee, royal son. And sister, the Hebrew reader, chant of the Hebrew. Very, very good. Love that execution, that presentation right there. That was from Maccabee, royal son. Psalm 1, the Psalm of the two ways. So right here for the first words right here. This Torah reading and feeding. Let's go over these first words, and then we'll zoom in to the third day's reading here for the third day of the Shabua, third day of the week, third day of the strong. Here. So here we have Exodus chapter 25, right? Verses 1 and 2. The key word occurs in verse 2, right? The word offering. But let's do this right here. Right, where we at right here. Let's click on the third day's reading here again. So here, the Wikipedia site, right? Wikipedia site, Teruma. I hope you can see this right here. So sometimes, when transliterating certain words from, like, say, Hebrew, all the languages, just generally speaking, but especially like with Hebrew or Amharic or the Afro-Shemitic language, sometimes it can be kind of transliterated into English in a couple of different kind of ways. Depends on the transliterator, the one who's doing the translation, and their knowledge of the language they're translating into, as well as the language they're translating from. So teruma, a couple of different ways that this word could be spelt into English. They have it right here. We have at least 4. Teruma, terumo. Some say terumo, depends on the particular mother tongue of the speaker. Teruma, the first one is the most correct right here, right? But the terumo, terimu, I don't really know how they could do that right there. Or truma. So the first and the last, teruma. Set at a lively pace, it could sound like truma, teruma. So we have teruma right here, and then we have the Hebrew over here. Let's zoom in right there. You see the Hebrew, teruma. Now, this here is brought out as Hebrew for gift. As you can see, Hebrew for gift. So let's kind of read over this right here, and this is a good point of reference to get some basic 411, right? Hebrew for gift or offering, truma, right? It's a 12th word. So when we get into like studying from the Hebrew perspective, right, it'll be the 12th word and the first distinctive word in the Parasha. All right, so it might not correspond exactly to that numbering in the English, but when you were looking at the Hebrew, right, so the 12th word. So you see what it says, the 12th word? Let's zoom in right here, right? It says over here, where we're at, there we go, the 12th word, right? 12th word, right? And it's the first distinctive word in the Parasha or in the portion, right? So we trust, as the scripture says, but we seek to verify, right? So here, in verifying this, let's do this right here to show you, so here we go. Looking at the Hebrew, right? The Hebrew. So here we have the Hebrew Exodus, right? Exodus chapter 25. We're looking at the Tanakh, right? So reading from right to left, verse 1. Let's click on verse 1, the Aleph verse. Why daber Yahweh el Moshe lemor. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then in the next verse right here. Daber el bnei Yisrael we yikahu li teruma. So the word teruma is right here. All right, so let's see if we're counting it as they counted and whether that count is correct. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. So you see that 12th word? All right, that 12th word right there that's highlighted. The H 8641. Here we have teruma. Teruma, the transliteration, teruma, right? As you can see in the original, it says the original right here. Let's highlight this here, right? Let's see if we can highlight this. Okay, let's go from, there we go right there. Sometime when highlighting Hebrew, because depends on our software we're using, unless we have a computer that is configured to Hebrew, right? You really can't highlight so easily from the right to left as we would read it, but actually like English from left to right, something I'm picking up on. So here you see the original, right? See on the original, you see there's two ways of spelling, right? One is what is called full spelling, what is referred to by the academics as full spelling, and the other is what's referred to as defective spelling. So you see one has the first one, when looking at it from left to right, teruma, it has 5 letters. And the second one, right, when looking at it from right to left, has 4 letters. So we have teruma, teruma, full spelling, right? And we have teruma. So this whole thing about the vowels is interesting, but there's a lot of inaccuracies that many of, our people, and I can even say in grace, me, my people, my brothers, some have concerning the vowels. Simply put, there are in the Afro-Semitic languages, of which Hebrew, Ivri, is one, and we would say even one of the main ones, right? With the extant literature we have from ancient and, middle times, even to modern times, has 7 primary vowels. There are 7 primary vowel sounds. Now, some will say, well, they don't really see it when they look at the letters. That reminds me of what Paul said concerning the letter of the law and the spirit. Right? Since the vowels, right, definitely reflect the spirit, right? But here we have teruma, 2 spellings, but when understanding exactly what we're reading, the same sound. One full spelling, teruma, including the vav or the wow, the u, right, as important as the u sound, right? Teruma, right? Teruma. So what is teruma here, as we pointed to before, the BDB defines as contribution, offering. 1A, a heave offering, right? We was thinking about this. Let's just do this right here, just quickly right here. Heave offering, right? Let's just go to the internet right here for a moment. Heave, since that's an English word, right? So here we have heave, right? Heave. And here it says what? The verb, right? It's a verb. To lift or to haul a heavy thing. To lift or haul a heavy thing, right? With great effort. She heaves the sofa back into place, right? Similar, they say, in a sense, to haul, to pull, to lug, so forth and so on. And then secondarily, to produce, he heaves a euphoric sigh. That's not the sense right there, right? This word right here, when it say heave offering, that which is lifted, something lifted up, right? An up offering, the sense of an up offering, right? So a heave offering, or they say the B, 1B, any offering. The context here, an offering to Yahweh, to Elohim. And then the D, notice the D entry, an offering, and then open parenthesis of grain, like a grain offering or money offering or of things, contribution of things, because they needed certain things, to build the sanctuary. Now, what's interesting is that, as we said, that the people at this point of the narrative here in Exodus chapter 25 and 26, in this Torah reading and feeding, the people, right, the rank and file Israelites, are down at the foot of the mountain and they're not getting any of this, right? So it's almost like a split screen is going on, right? That's going to lead up to a very tragic incident, the incident of the molten calf, falsely called the golden calf, right? Where they also took up a contribution, right, to make this molten calf, this idol, because they did not know what happened to Moshe. So when you're reading it and you can see the split screen of it, Moses is receiving these direction instruction for a sanctuary. The people begin to wonder, what happened to Moshe. So after about almost after a lunar month, right, roughly 28 days, he didn't show up, right? After a solar month, right, 30 days, right, he didn't show up. Some say 10 days, right? They were tried for 10 days, right? So it got to around like the 40 something day, right? And still, he didn't show up. And this is what had happened, what's about to come up. But when we start to read these instructions, because first when I read it, it's like, well, tell this to the children of Israel. So they're getting to hear all of this. And then they got bummy and did the molten calf. But no, they was told to wait. So the whole idea of waiting and patience, right? They got very impatient, right? And yet this gracious instruction was being, given to Moses to deliver to the people. But before he could deliver to the people got bummy and they did what they did, and they actually broke the covenant. So what's often not really highlighted or emphasized is that the molten calf, falsely called the golden calf incident, was a breaking of the covenant. In other words, once that had happened, they were totally out of the covenant. It was broken. So when we're reading and we're seeing, okay, chapter 19, the covenant is proposed to them, becoming a kingdom of the priesthood and a set apart nation, a holy nation, right? They respond to that. Moshe delivers the words to Yahweh, and then Yahweh says, okay, here's what you do. Then there's a whole covenant process, and they wait, right, for Elohim to speak the words of the covenant, the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments in Exodus chapter 20. Moses delivers certain instructions to them, then he goes back up there. You know what I'm saying? Again, right? And this is the point that we're at right here. So here, teruma is an offering. In other cases in the scripture, this is used for offering of grain or of kesef. Kesef is silver. Silver is the quote so-called money, right? Or at least the commodity, of value that we can interpret in today's terminology as the money, right? And the E is where we get the contribution, right? The contribution, the present, right? And it's in this sense, teruma, as a gift or as a present, right, that distinguish it from, say, matan, right? Like Matthew, matania, right? Matan also means gift. So what makes this kind of gift or present different than another kind of gift? Well, teruma is in the sense of a present, keyword as offered up, to present up, to lift up, right? Remember the heave sense is to lift, right? Especially in sacrifice or as tribute, right? So we see the word after the colon and the hyphen in the King James Version. This word is sometimes translated as gift, a heave offering, right? And you see the connection of shoulder. Like if you're carrying something that's heavy to lift up, you might put it on your shoulder, right? Also, translated as oblation in some places in the King James Version, or like here as offering, or even in the sense of that which is offered, right? So here we have the key word teruma. Oh, before we go forward, let's just get to the root word here. The root word, the verb, right? Teruma is a noun, right? An offering. And the verb room, we have the room, not rum, like we will see it in English, but Hebraically as room. What is room? Room as a verb is defined by BDB, Brown's Drivers Briggs definition on dictionary, says to rise, room, to rise up, to be high, to be lofty, to be exalted, room. So room in Hebrew would mean something to the effect of he rose, he raised up, he was high, he was lofty, he was exalted, right? So we look at this word here, to lift, to raise up, right? Can also be used in the sense, the polel sense of the verb, to raise or rear children, the sense of causing them to go up, grow up, as they grow up, lift up, right? Now you see here in the third entry right there is to lift off or to present, right? So a teruma is like something that you have that you lift up and you present, like, somebody say like, give it up, we say give it up, you contribute it up, you offer it up, right? So let's go down here, to be active, to raise up. That's the sense of the root right there, right? So teruma, let's back this up. All right, there we go right there. So a little bit more here. This is the page. Okay, zoom this out. right? Just how to read this and how to understand it, and also to back it up by verifying what's said, right? So we just verify that it is the 12th word, right? And it's also the first distinctive word, right? In the Parsha, the first distinctive word, right? And this is the 19th weekly Torah reading, right? Known as the Parsha, right? Parshat Teruma. In the annual Judaic, Hebraic, and for we, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, right? Cycle of Torah reading. And the seventh, so in the second book of Moshe, called the book of Exodus, the Sefer Shemot, the book of the names. This is the seventh reading so far in the second book, the book of Exodus. Now, the Parsha, the portion here, the reading and feeding, sabbatical manna, the angel's bread, it tells of Yahweh's instructions, right? To make his directions, his instructions to make the tabernacle and its furnishings, its furniture. Now, the Parsha here, Torah reading and feeding here for the 19th sabbatical study, it constitutes Exodus 25, verse 1 to Exodus 27, verse 19. Now, just for some of us are a little bit, I must admit, a little bit nerdy, or you want to say like a nerd or a geek. I like to get into this, some of the nuances. But here, this Torah reading and feeding, for those who are likewise into the math of it, the math, right? It is made up of 4,692 Hebrew letters. So the individual Hebrew otot, letters or signs. 1,145 Hebrew words, right? 96, this Torah reading and feeding has 96 verses. And in a proper Sefer Torah, like in a proper Torah scroll, that would constitute 155 lines. 155 lines in the Torah scroll, referred to as a Sefer Torah. Now, Yehudim, Ha-Yehudim, and even we, the black Jews of the Lion tribe of Judah, in the diaspora, right, read it in the 19th Shabbat. So for the 19th Sabbath after the Simchat Torah. Simchat Torah is like a holiday, right? After we complete the Torah reading and feedings, and after we complete Sukkot, the seventh of the appointments, feasts, and festivals. And Simchat Torah means joy. Simcha, joy, happiness. Simchat, happiness of or joy of Torah, joy of the Torah, right? So we read this generally in February and rarely in early March. So look where we're at right now. We're in one of those rare times. By the time we come up to the Shabbat day, at the third day, so we have 4 days, right? It'll be just right there, when we reach the month of March right here. So here, some of what's there. So scrolling through the first and second day's reading, let's just zoom in here once again on the third day's reading here for the third day in this third day podcast, Rastafari Israelites here. In the third reading, Yahweh instructed them, right, to make a 6-branch, 7-lamped, 6 branches. All right, so the 6 branches, we have the center shaft. Right, so the description, and there's a lot of description, a lot of attention to details as we go over this Torah reading and feeding. Some might say it's somewhat redundant. It goes over this. But as we really get into the study reading, of it, we begin to see that it's pointing out some details that are often missed or overlooked. Because you see it repeats itself again. You be like, oh, this is the same old, and then you miss something right there. All right. So overseeing how the Torah reading and feeding, we'll get into just now, but this is an overview here. We like how they describe it as a 6-branch and 7-lamped lampstand. All right. 6 branch. Now one would say it has 7 branches. No, it has 7 lamps. See, we have to understand what is a branch. What is a branch? All right. So the main part of it is that center shaft, right? That's why it says in the description, right, it will have 6 branches, and then it goes into more detail, 3 on this side and 3 on that side. Any of you remember in school, I don't know if any of you had or even have in certain school or training or classes, there used to be what we call technical drawing. We had a class, I remember, in Brooklyn Technical High School. There was a class we really liked. It was technical drawing. And what would happen is that they would give us like a book or instruction on some part, some mechanical part, right? And it basically would go through and describe the part and how the part is to look and what is to connect, all these details. Why I'm mentioning that is because as we go over Torah reading and feeding, it reminds me of the detail, right, that we find within the Torah reading and feeding. And so therefore, as we go through this, we should look at it like that. This is not a part of scripture where it's giving maybe a historical narrative, or situation or circumstance, or it's not as a psalm. A psalm is like it has prose and poetry and kind of symbology. Although there is symbology here, but what's being given here is instruction to make stuff. To make stuff. How many of you like to make stuff, right? To make something, right? And so we used to remember from this class that we had, right? Part of the class was technical drawing. And then like the second part was machine shop. So what we would do is like we started out, remember the early class was like nuts and bolts, So what would happen is they would describe the exact dimension of a bolt, like a screw, but they call it a bolt, right? A bolt and a nut, right? And exactly how the nut was supposed to be shaped and the bolt was supposed to be shaped. And what we had to do was we had to take the instruction that was written and we had to draw it, right? Kind of draw it, not quite to scale, but we had to draw it out in all the details. So once we did that, the next thing we would go is to machine shop, right? And then we have all the machines and they review all these machines, how they do and what they do. And then we had to actually make what we had to interpret from the instructions. So from the instructions, we made a sketch or a design according to specs, right? And then we went to the machine shop, right? And then we actually got the metals or whatever it was, and we had to make it. That's one of the most beautiful things. And as we, form our kibbutzes, kibbutzim, intentional communities, we need to have, in addition to the basics, a lab, right? Need to have lab. You know what I mean? Chemistry is very important. It's part of the creation, understanding, the Almighty's creation and the wonders thereof, as well as we need something like a machine shop, right? But be that as it may, right? Here it describes it as a 6 branch and 7 lampstand. So what is the difference between the 6, right, branches and the 7th? The 7th is that center shaft. That's why the instruction in the Torah reading here says 3 branches on this side and 3 branches on that side. Check, right? So this is called the menorah in Hebrew. And also what is emphasized is what the material, right? The material here is pure gold, right? It says Zahav Tahor, right? So you're here in our reading where we zoom in on certain keywords, the Zahav Tahor, Zahav gold, Tahor pure gold. So Yahweh Eloheinu instructed them to make the tabernacle, right? The tabernacle, going into the different elements here, the tabernacle of 10 curtains of fine twisted linen, of blue, purple, crimson yarns, with a design, check this here, with a design of the cherubim, or we like to call it, since it came out of Mitzrayim, the kepraim. The cherubim, the kepraim worked into them. Notice that for the cherubim, the cherubim was called the cherubim, but cherubim, right? For the cherubs, the 2 cherubs, it doesn't give us any description. It only says that their wings are to touch above the mercy seat, the kaporet. It's kind of interesting right there, yeah? So Yahweh Elohim instructed them to make, right, 11 cloths of goat's hair for a tent over the tabernacle. So the tabernacle, right, there would be the goat's hair, right, for a tent that was over the tabernacle, right? I don't know if you all are seeking to visualize, Chabarim, seek to visualize this. This is why it's interesting to look up some of these, artistic renditions and visualizations, and then to go back to the text and to look at what certain artists, or ones and ones have drawn. There's a lot of interesting ones. Some, as time goes on, I see that there's a lot of accuracy that's coming out, but visualize this, if you will. And coverings of tanned ram skins and what's known as tahash skins, something known as tahash skins, right? So the golden lamp or the menorah, we have it over here. This is one sketch right here, 1901, right? A 1901 sketch right here, right? We have some more kind of exhibits to share, right? But without further ado, because we just touched on some of that right there, we would like to go into a little more details. Let's pay attention to the Hebrew commodities. You know what a commodity is? All right, a commodity. Are we using the right word? I need that laugh track. I don't know whether we're using the right word, right? But here, let's do this right here. Commodity, right? Commodity, right? Actually, okay. So we talk about the Hebrew commodities. Some of y'all may have heard us mention about the Hebrew commodities, right? So a commodity, a commodity is a raw material, basic resource, or product that can be bought and sold. Commodities can be agricultural, energy, or metal products. So when we're talking about the Hebrew commodities, for example, commodities of today would be things like, let's zoom this in a little bit, things like agricultural commodities, as the wheat, cattle, rice, corn, sugar. Energy commodities, oil, natural gas, right? The metals, right? Commodity of metals is gold, right? The silver, right? Aluminum, nowadays aluminum and iron ore, right? Now, it's interesting right here because chemicals commodities, they say computer memory. That's interesting. We got to follow up on this some more, right? So the reason why we're speaking about the Hebrew commodities, okay, and then you can get into different philosophies. But here, this is to better understand what is being written and what is being presented here in the scripture. So just from this third reading right here, just a summary here from the wiki page, the third reading, right? There's a 6-branch, 7-lamp lampstand of menorah. What's the commodity of the menorah here? Like, it's the pure gold. All right. So these commodities that are being used for the construction, in the instruction and for the construction of the structure known as the sanctuary, they also have their, how can we say, their symbolic meaning. As the old covenant, in respectfully to the new covenant, is often described in the Brit Kadasha as the shadow. When it's talk about the shadow, the Old Testament, this was a shadow, right? Notice how the tabernacle, there's a tabernacle here, which later would become the temple, right? And then we have the new covenant sense where it tells us that our bodies are the temple, right? So we can see right there a kind of a shadow where the tabernacle is a kind of a shadow. It's the tabernacle, take it like this. The tabernacle is like an object lesson. Right? It's almost like how we'll teach children. You know how when we teach children, right? Sometimes everything is kind of large. We'll write things down. When you write down letters for children, you take almost a whole page to write it. You know what I'm saying? And then as time goes on, they learn that, well, that was an instruction. So it's the same thing right here with the tabernacle. So the first, or the commodity here, we have pure gold. Then with the making of the tabernacle, there are the curtains, right? Of what? Of fine twisted linen. So we have linen, right? Linen. Then we also have the significance of the colors. The colors also have a significance, right? Sometimes I tell people that, when we talk about the red, white, and blue, what's kind of funny in a sense is the red, white, and blue, these colors, right, would have been seen in the tabernacle, right? In a kind of a similar sense, the red, white, and blue. Is that interesting? The red, white, and blue. But here we have the blue, right? Also the purple, you know what I mean? Because what it said, the red and the blue, when you put the red and the blue together as a color, it makes purple. So we have the significance of the colors, blue, purple, and the crimson yarns, right? As well. Even we can get into things like the goat's hair and the tan skins, which animals, and ask, well, why this? Why that? Right? And then as we study scripture, we can see more of the symbolic meaning, So here. Let's get into the third day's Aliyah right here. Show some of the exhibits we have here. Like to go through some of these kind of one by one, right? Break it down and build up on it, concerning the tabernacle. Because the tabernacle of Moses, we said Moshe's time, becomes a template, right, for the tabernacle of David, right? And then from the tabernacle of David, right, do we come to the temple of Solomon? Just looking at what's on the screen right there, with those the different furniture, different items. Notice that some things were commanded to be made out of gold, right? Some things out of silver, right? Something out of brass. Those commodities there and their significance. For example, gold. Gold is called a noble metal. Gold is sometimes referred to even nowadays as a noble element, a noble metal, right? So gold in the scripture Hebraically has a significance of divinity, right? Divinity, gold, right? In the order of royal metals and noble metals, gold. So gold represents here, even in the scripture, divinity in man, manifestation. Silver in the scripture also has a key significance when silver is exclusively called for, whether it's the shekels, right, the redemption money, because silver has a significance of redemption. Silver, right, the silver sockets and all that, right? And then we have brass, right? Brass. What's the significance of the Hebrew commodity significance of brass? Brass is of judgment. Brass is of judgment. And that now even brings us to the whole reason about the feet. We talk about the feet of Moshiach, the feet of Messiah. Okay, that reminds me of some word pictures that I need to pull together to kind of share this particular point. Because we saw about the brass, the brazen feet, brass is burnt in the fire, furnace of fire, and we say, okay, this now speaks to Messiah's humanity. We don't deny Messiah, Moshiach, Yeshua's humanity, even as one of us, right? We don't deny that. But then there is a key point. Some would say it's not speaking about him being black or, one of us, based on that. They would say, and others would say, well, it's speaking about the significance of judgment and of the brazen altar, right? And the position of the brazen altar in the sanctuary. Like when it says coming to the feet of Christ, like every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. This is what happened at the brazen altar. This is what happened at the brazen altar, but it's also of what happens, we can say, at the feet, right? At the feet of the Lord, right? At the feet of the sovereign, right? Even like at the feet of the king, right? One would come to the feet. So both of those are true, right? So some would say that the brazen feet of Messiah signifies the fact that he's one of us, is his humanity, right? We agree, right? We agree in context, but also others would say, well, no, they would say, no, it doesn't, for whatever racial or racist reasons. They would say, no, it doesn't. It only signifies a spiritual significance of the brazen altar. Well, both are true, right? And there's a beauty in recognizing how both. Okay, that one there is good right there that you see on the screen right there. An overview of the tabernacle. I'm looking for a word pick right here to kind of still it and share it. But we haven't gotten to those details just yet. Let's deal with this right here before us. Just trying to show some of the interconnectivity of these elements. The ark. Notice how in the instruction, right? In the instruction for the construction of the structure known as the sanctuary, notice that what does Yahweh begin with the instruction and description of? What does he begin with? So let me say it like this. If we were to go into the sanctuary, right, the tabernacle, based on the description that we have, let's do this right here, right? If we were to go into the tabernacle, right, where will we enter in from, and what would we meet? Well, we would enter in from the gate, right, where Judah, the tribe of Judah, was before the gate, the entrance, right? The gate, the entrance. I paused for a moment because when I said the tribe of Judah was before the gate, the entrance, if you look at His Majesty's, the what they call his personal insignia, or what's called the throne room, you know, the throne room with the curtains drawn back, and you have the Lion of Judah in the front right there carrying the banner. And when you look over the Lion of Judah, you see the throne in the back, and you look above, you see the crown, and you see the curtains pulled back, right, from top to bottom. You know what I mean? Just as the veil was rent from top to bottom. And then you look over the Lion of the tribe of Judah, and you see the throne. You see the empty throne. But on the empty throne, in some of the better pictures, some of the older pictures, you will see that there's an orb. There's an orb there, right? And then you will also see that there's a rod, there's a scepter there. And then you will see at both sides of the throne two angel-like figures. This right here, that view is like looking into the ark, like standing right here at the first door, right? The first gate, right? Where the tribe of Judah, right? Where the tribe of Judah was to be camped, right? And as you go through the first door or the gate, right? Line of Judah, like if you're standing here where it says gate and you're looking straight in. In fact, we were trying to find a split screen to kind of show you this visually, comparing His Majesty's the throne room insignia, right, with the curtain drawn back, the Lion of Judah in the front, and over the Lion of Judah, looking straight forward, you see the empty throne, but on the throne you see the orb and you see the scepter, and next to the throne you see the two angels. This is like a view from the gate straight through all the way to the Holy of Holies. Did you get that right there? The connection of the throne room insignia, right, even of the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, Kedemawi Haile Selassie, and, right, the pattern. Remember, Moshe was told to see that you do all things according to the pattern. So the first place that we would enter in, when we enter into, would be the brazen. They have brazen, but the brazen altar, right? The brazen altar, right? Feet of brass, brazen altar. It's both true according to Messiah, Moshiach's humanity, as well as it is true according to the Hebrew spirituality, right? To come to what it says every knee shall bow, right? Every tongue shall confess. Where would they confess? When one came into the courtyard, right? Since it signifies law, right? They came in what? With the sin offering, the whole burnt offering, or a peace offering, right? With the sin offering, right? That inward or that outward sin, right? With a whole burnt offering, right? Usually to consecrate or to livicate, to dedicate, or with the shelamim, the peace offering, la Yahweh. Of course, one could come with a Thanksgiving, the Thanksgiving offering, right? But now here, what's the next place that you meet, right? Next place you meet would be the laver. Now remember, the laver is coming up, right? Where the laver, was made from the mirrors, the Egyptian mirrors, right? That the woman of Yisrael, they freely gave that, right? And then when we come in here, right? So you see that testimony. So check this out. First, right, is the brazen altar, right? The brazen altar. That's where we have judgment at the brazen altar, right? Bowing at the feet, of the Lord. You know what I mean? The brazen feet, even the brazen feet. Then we have the laver, right? The laver, the wash basin, right? Right? That testimony. See the connection even with baptism, right? He who believes and is baptized, because the priests had to wash, right? At least their hands and their feet before they entered into the holy place, right? Beyond the patach, right? Then what do we have here, right? Here we have they say 7 candlesticks, the lampstand. We have the lampstand, the statutes, right? The statutes, the light, right? Then we have the table of shewbread, right? So the candle, the lampstand, they caught me. The menorah is made out of what? Gold, right? So what do we have right here? We have brass, the laver 2, right? Isn't the laver 2 made out of brass? Because many of those mirrors were brazen, right? The lampstand out of gold. Then we have the table, right, of shewbread, where the bread was put on. Then we have the golden altar. Now note this here. When we say altar, the proper question is which altar? We have the brazen altar in the courtyard or the outer court, right? And then remember, the people could not enter into the holy place in the old covenant. They could not enter into, right? In fact, even the Levites, right, generally speaking, could not enter into. The ones that could enter into was the high priest, the anointed high priest, in the person of Aharon, and his sons, right, could enter in, right? And when they entered in, we have these 3 furnishings or furnitures, right? The lampstand, right? The table of shewbread, right? And the golden altar of Aishans, right? The golden altar of Aishans. And it said that the golden altar of Aishans was placed right before the third door, or the third entrance. The third entrance now led to the Holy of Holies. And what's key is that it said that the priest could not enter in even when on the Day of Atonement without Aishans. He had to enter into it with Aishans. Incense, in other words, with incense. Why incense? Right? Now, there's a beautiful connection scripturally of incense, of the Aishans, the incense in prayer. Even in Revelation, it speaks about the incense and the prayers of the saints. Right? So originally, it seems as though the golden altar, right, of Aishans, the Aishans altar. So we have one altar in the courtyard, brass judgment. Then we have the golden altar of Aishans, right, gold, divinity and manifestation, that was originally placed before the veil, right, the veil, right, the kaporet. No, not kaporet, paroket is the veil, paroket. The kaporet is the mercy seat, kafar, kaporet, right? And so the priest had to enter in, right? We'll get into those instructions with Aishans, right? With the incense. But what's key is that Yahweh says that he would commune with the children of Israel where? Here, right? He would communicate with the children of Israel, right, from above the mercy seat and between the 2 cherubim. Now we know that the ark is also made out of gold as well, right? Now when we study the tabernacle, we begin to see that the sockets, right, the sockets are made out of what? The sockets are made out of silver, right? And silver, right, references redemption, right? Silver links with redemption. Even we have it in the Torah, the redemption money and redemption silver. But right here for the 3rd day's Aliyah, let's touch on this. Luku Batalawa, right here. Small but very important. Here we're picking up with where we're at. Exodus, chapter 26, verse 1. Is that where we're at right here? All right. So here we go. Shema Yisrael. Here it is.
And here, Shema Yisrael. Here for the Shalishi. The Shalishi Aliyah here for this Shabbat Teruma. Here picking up with the second book of Moses, the Hebrew book that's called Exodus. Here from the Sefer Shemot, the book of the names, Exodus chapter 26. Here for the Shalishi Aliyah. The tabernacle, Ha-Mishkan. The 5th item, the curtains of linen. We'eta Ha-Mishkan ta'ise esera ye'riota sheisha mashazara uta kelet we'argamana we'tola'ata shani keruim ma'iseya choshev ta'ise otam. Moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle 10 curtains, fine twine linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, cherubim, cherubims, of cunning work, shalt thou make them. Ve'eta ha-mishkana ta'iseh. Moreover, thou shalt make the mishkan, ha-mishkan. Ve'eta ha-mishkana ta'iseh. Esera ye'reota, with 10 curtains. Sheisha mashazara, of fine twine linen. Sheisha mashazar, u'tekelet, and blue, u'tekelet, and blue, u'tekelet, with argaman, and purple, the argaman, and purple, with tolaat, and scarlet, the tolaat, and scarlet, shaniya kerubim, with kerubim, ma'isei chosheva ta'isei otam, the work of the skillful workmen shalt thou make them. Ma'isei choshev ta'isei otam. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together, one to another, one to an other. And other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. And thou shalt make loops. And thou shalt make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain from the sleeve edge in the coupling, and likewise shalt thou make in the uppermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shalt thou make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shalt thou make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And thou shalt make 50 taches of gold, and couple the curtains together with the taches, and it shall be one tabernacle. The tabernacle, Hamishkan, the 6th item, the curtains of goats here, verse 7. And thou shalt make curtains, goats, to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shalt thou make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And thou shalt couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shalt double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And thou shalt make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain, that is, outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain that coupleth the second. And thou shalt make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remaineth of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remaineth, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that remaineth in the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on this side and on that side, to cover it. The tabernacle, Hamishkan, the 7th item, the covering of ram's skins, verse 14. And thou, shalt make a covering for the tent, ram skins dyed red, and a covering above, badgers, with asita, mikaseh, la ohel, orot, eilim, mi adamim, ua mikaseya orota te hashim, mila ma'illa. And thou, the eye, shalt make a covering for the tent, with asita, mikaseh, la ohel, of ram skins dyed red. Orota elim mi adamim. Dyed red. Mi adamim. Ua mikasei, and a covering. U mikasei. Orota te hashim mila ma'illa. And a covering of seal skins above.
Yes. Here. That's it right there. The third day's Aliyah right there. But here. Let's share this right here. Holy place. Here, classic. Slide forward, walker. Zion is a holy place.
Zion is an older place.
82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations.
መዝሙር 81 በቅንፍ 82 የአሳፍ መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር በአማልክት ማህበር ቆመ፣ በአማልክትም መካከል ይፈርዳል። እስከ መቼ ሐሰትን ትፈርዳላችሁ? እስከ መቼ ስለ ኃጢአተኞች ፊት ታደላላችሁ? ለድሆችና ለድሃ አደጎች ፍረዱ፣ ለችግረኛውና ለምስኪኑ ጽድቅ አድርጉ። ብቸኛውንና ችግረኛውን አድኑ፣ ከኃጢአተኞችም እጅ አስጥሏቸው። አያውቁም አያስተውሉም፣ በጨለማ ውስጥ ይመላለሳሉ። የምድር መሠረቶች ሁሉ ተናወጡ። እኔ ግን አማልክት ናችሁ፣ ሁላችሁም የልዑል ልጆች ናችሁ። ነገር ግን እንደ ሰው ትሞታላችሁ፣ ካለቆችም እንደ አንዱ ትወድቃላችኋል። አቤቱ ተነስ፣ በምድር ላይ ፍረድ፣ አንተ አሕዛብን ሁሉ ትወርሳለህ።
Hear more about our community and learn some useful Hebrew. Come be a part of
Rastafari and LOJ and Line of Jewish Society. Check us out. Shalom, Chaverim, shalom. So here for this 19th sabbatical slave for this Shabbat, strong for Shabbat, Teruma, Sabbath contribution, up offering up, contribution, that which is up offered, Teruma, contribution, donation. So in the previous sabbatical study, previous Torah reading and feeding, for the 18th, we had Shabbat Mishpatim, or Ha-Mishpatim, the judgments, ordinances, more directly, the verdicts or the sentences that explain how the Bnei Yisrael, sons of Israel, entered into the covenant with Yahweh at Har Sinai, with Jehovah at Mount Sinai. Now the terms and conditions of Ha-Berit, of the covenant, were written down. So here we have writing. It was written down in the Sefer Ha-Berit. Sefer Ha-Berit, the Sefer Ha-Berit, Sefer, the book, Ha, the Berit, the covenant, the book of the covenant, the cipher, the Sefer HaBrit, the cipher, the book of the covenant. That contained a variety of Torot, directions, instruction, various Torah, direction, instruction, to govern Ha'am, to govern the people in the promised land, in the land of the promise, in the, you say the holy land, the promised land. When Ha'am, the people, agreed, Amo Yisrael agreed to obey the terms and conditions of HaBrit, of the covenant, Moshe, he took the sacrificial blood and threw it on them, saying, behold, the blood of the Brit, of the covenant of Yahweh, of Jehovah, that Jehovah has made with you in accordance with all these words. Right? All these debarim, all these words, this word agreement, this kal, kidan. Now Moshe, he then reascended, he re-aliyed up. He went up, aliyah. He went up, Har, the mountain, to receive, to Kabbalah, to receive the tablets of stone. Right? The tablets of stone inscribed with the Eseret HaDebarim, with the 10 words. The Eseret HaDebarim, often referred to as Aseret Dibrot, in modern Hebrew Dibrot, but the scripture says the Eseret HaDebarim, the 10 words. From the Hebrew perspective and the Ge'ez as well, we have the 10 words, and not, even in the Greek, we have the Decalogue, the 10 words, and not the 10 commandments. In a pseudonymous, falsely named sense, a common sense and common parlance, commonly it's referred to as the 10 commands. But Hebraically, we emphasize this main point, that it's the 10 words, right? To receive the tablets of stone inscribed with the 10 words, the Eseret HaDebarim, and to learn additional Torah, additional direction, instruction, may Yahweh, from Jehovah HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now here, Shema Yisrael, Shemuli. In this sabbatical study, this mana for this Shabbat strong, this reading and feeding, Ha Elohim, Ha'Elohim, Almighty power, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, the Holy One, blessed be He, blessed be the name. He asks for help. Ask for help. Quote, from every man whose heart, here's the condition, from every man whose heart moved him. Right? From every man whose heart to come, whose heart moved him. This is a key phrase right here. From every man whose heart moves him, keeping it hard to go. Foundation, groundation in the holy place here. Here we have the building of the sanctuary, right? The Mishkan, right? The Mishkan, the holy place. So here, Ha'el, the Almighty, asks for help, quote, from every man. Note this right here, from every man, term here, the Ish. But note this, that woman also gave, but every man whose heart moves him to provide materials for making a portable sanctuary, a portable mishkan, right? That's called the ohel, ha-ohel, right? The ohel moed, the tent of the moed, of the meeting, the appointment. It's a tent-like structure, the tabernacle, a tent-like structure that would symbolize Ha'el, the Almighty, right? His presence, his face, his perception amongst the Bnei Yisrael, amongst the sons of Israel. So gold, silver, brass, red and purple yarns, fine linen, oils, spices, precious stone, etc., all were needed and were called upon right here. Ha'el, the Almighty said to Moshe, let them make me a sanctuary, right? A sanctuary so that I may dwell right? The dwelling, I may dwell in their midst. Make me a sanctuary so that I may dwell in their midst. Exactly as I show you, Yahweh, Eloheinu HaKadosh, Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, speaking to Moses, exactly, right, and exactly as I show you concerning the pattern, HaTavnit, the pattern of the tabernacle, the pattern of the tent, the pattern of the Mishkan, of the sanctuary, and all of its furniture, so shall you make it. Ha'el, the Almighty then showed Moshe HaTavnit. Here's a key point here in the study right here, the pattern. We find this in the epistle to the Hebrews, we're talking about, and the pattern, right? See that you do all things according to the pattern. So here we seek to develop Chaverim, fellow Talmudim, fellow disciples, pattern recognition. Take note. Check. Ha'el then showed Moshe HaTavnit, the pattern. According to that, the tabernacle, the Ohel, and its contents were to be made. First, an ark, the Ha'aron, the ark of acacia, the shittim wood, the acacia wood, was to be overlaid with pure gold inside and out. So even the tabernacle, the tabot, the Aron, reflects the nature of the divinity, and that's the holy, the Hebrew Trinity. It's threefold. It's a threefold Aron, threefold ark. Ha'aron, the ark, was to be fitted with gold rings and gold covered poles to make it portable. The two tablets, the two tables, the tablets of the Torah were to be stored inside Ha'aron, inside the ark, inside the tabot. And two cherubim, cherubim, or as we sometimes say, the kepraim, the two cherubim, which some describe as being angel-like so-called figures, but then we'll question, well, what do you mean by angel-like? So here the context more comes out as the kepraim, the two cherubim. Whatever they were, the Israelites understood and knew, and this was something that was known because the cherubim, right, are not described in detail. So thus we link here, coming out of Mitzrayim, out of the Tawi, out of the two lands, the kepraim. The two cherubim were to be placed facing each other over a cover of Ha'aron that was called the kaporet. The kaporet. What's the kaporet? The kaporet is the mercy seat, the kaporet. Ha'aron, the ark, was to be housed within an inner chamber of the ohel, of the tent, that was to be called the Holy of Holies, the set apart of the set aparts. Adjacent to the Holy of Holies was the second chamber that was called the Holy Place, the Kodesh, the Holy Place. This chamber would contain a shulchan, a table, overlaid with pure gold that held 12 loaves of bread, along with a golden 7-branch menorah. A golden 7-branch menorah. And just a heads up, we was going through the menorah, and we emphasized in the Hebrew, but we didn't bring it out in the English, but the menorah is referred to as she. Right? So where you see where it says his branches and his thing, in the Hebrew it's really her branches. So we have a golden 7-branch menorah, right? And we look at the pattern and see that Magen David, that snowflake, the Hebrew snowflake, aka the Star of David pattern, right? Where we have the 6 points and then the center point, right? The golden 7-branch menorah. The Holy of Holies was separated from the holy place by an ornamented veil. So we also have one of the key themes here, the ornamented veil that is known as the paroket,
The paroket. What's the paroket? That's that veil separating the Holy of Holies, right, from the holy place. Ha'el, Hayel, the Almighty, then describes in detail the tabnit, right, the tabnit of the tent of the Ohel, along with its exact dimensions. Now we find this to be interesting, right, within that revelation, weep not, behold, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, that Gormawi Kermawi Halasalase, aye, King of Kings, the King Messiah, also describes this room in the autobiography in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem, in such detail that some who have studied, right, and sought to do a psychological critique of the autobiographies, have noticed something that we say reflects a divine right here. Is this attention to detail, right? Gormawi Nugus Neges, the King of Kings, His Imperial Majesty, with that room in Yerushalayim, that one room. And here, Ha'el, Ha'elehim, right, describes the pattern of the tent along with its exact dimensions, keeping it right, and accurate. Now, the tent, Ha'ohel, was designed to be portable. So here we have the sense in the ancient of the mobile, right? The tent was designed to be portable, to be mobile, right? To be kept moving, keep it moving, with a wooden frame covered by richly colored fabric and the hide of rams and goats. Now, the outer court, there's the outer court, right? Chasarot, right, was to include an altar, mizbeach, right, with horns of copper at each corner. The dimensions of the outer court, right, the chatzarot, were given, and the entire court was to be enclosed by a fence made with fine linen on silver poles, with hooks of silver, and with sockets, and the sockets, and with the sockets of brass. Sockets of brass. But remember, the pattern, hatabnit. So here, for this 19th sabbatical study, for this Shabbat strong, for Shabbat Teruma. Here we pick up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, the Sefer Shemot, Hebrew book known as and called Exodus, the cipher of the names, the book of the names, Sefer Shemot, Yetziata Mitzrayim, the Exodus, Exodus chapter 25. Focus verses here for this 19th sabbatical study, for this Shabbat strong. Exodus chapter 25, verse 1 to chapter 27, verse 17. Chabarim. Here, this 19th sabbatical study, here for this Shabbat strong, for Shabbat Teruma. Shabbat Teruma Shalom. Chabarim. 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 Chabarim.
We can rely on the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on. Hail of the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on. In a pretty jam, no.
Yes, Teruma. Give thanks, Teruma, contribution, gifts, offerings. Now, we had a previous Torah portion with judgments. There was still many Torot and many direction instructions that we should, check on, should make some, go into some of the details right there. So, the account, check this out, the account of creation, when we look at the account of the creation, it's given in just 34 verses in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, to Genesis chapter 2, verse 3. But note this here, that the description of the tabernacle here is described in over 250 verses. So creation being described, I'll get into why I have the X there. Well, the basic reason why I have the X there is because the ark was never carried in public being naked. The ark always had to be covered in public. We even see that the Ethiopians, royal order, that they do the same thing with their, ceremonial tabots. At the ark, whenever the ark was moving around like in public, so you see some of these kind of pictures, recreations, and some of them have it correct where they have it like covered over with this kind of purplish blue kind of cloth, the reddish kind of purplish blue cloth, right? But that one right there, when they had it just going around, I meant to do something like that, put an X on it, So people say, why you have an X on the ark right there? Because the ark was never to be carried around naked, basically, always to be covered in public. Only in the tabernacle would it be, as it is, right? So when you see those memes there and they have like some priests or priest-like ones carrying around the ark and you can see the gold and everything, no, that would have actually probably led to like a plague or something like that. But the account of creation, back to this right here. Also, we got to speak about the tabernacle of David, right? As you can see in some of the slide presentations, we had tabernacle of Moses here with Moshe. Then we have the tabernacle of David, right? Then we come to the temple times of Solomon, right? Now, one commentator, Rashi, had thought that the command to create the tabernacle, that's what we have here in this 19th sabbatical study. We have the command, right, to create the tabernacle. Now, it's interesting. We briefly just touched on it in the on screen. Let's see if we can pull this up right here. Let's go back to chapter. Let's go over here. There we got the Temple of Solomon, right? So the pattern, right? And studying the patterns, right? So we have the pattern of the camp, right? The camp coming into the order, right? The pattern, paying attention to the pattern, taking heed to the pattern. So here we have this right here. So there's the command. Let's scroll down here. Let's get to the verse when it describes the pattern, do it according to the pattern. Now, the first thing that Yahweh begins with is the ark, right? The first thing that's begun to be described is the ark. So we look at the pattern of the tabernacle, right? When we look at the pattern of the tabernacle, let's see if we can bring this up here. Let's get the pattern of the tabernacle. Let's see if we can bring this out right here. Okay, this is a pretty good point of reference right here. Okay, so the pattern of the tabernacle. See the brazen altar right there, the gate, the brazen laver, the outer court, right? We go into the first room, right, where we have the golden altar, the altar of Aishans, the golden lampstand with the lampstand. We have the veil between the two rooms. We have the table, the shulchan of shewbread. And then we get to the third, right, compartment or the third room. There we have the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy of Holies, right? But now let's look at the description for a moment, right? Because he says something right here that's key, right? He says, like, see that you do all things according to the pattern. So beginning off, Yahweh speaking to Moses. Remember, Moses is here in the mount, as we mentioned before, the split screen. Moses, he's in the mount, and the people are down by the foot of the mount. Moses is getting this instruction right here. So he says, speak to the children of Israel. He didn't speak to them just yet, but this is what he was commanded to do, that they bring me a teruma, right, an offering, right? Every man, every ish, right, that giveth it willingly. So here, the idea of willing, nadab, we have nadab, right? Yidabenu in the verse, right, that giveth it willingly. Also, this word is very much a key, right, for the whole free will reasoning, right, and the free will offering, that giveth it freely or willingly with his heart, with his mind. Y'all shall take my offering terumati. So in this one verse, we have teruma twice. They shall bring me or take from me an offering, a teruma, right? And they shall take my terumati. And then it says, well, this is in the next verse, verse 3 right here. This is the teruma. So we have teruma mentioned 3 times here, teruma, the offering, that you all shall take of them, right? Here, no doubt the context here is Aharon, though Aaron is not here, but it's speaking to you all shall take of them the children of Israel. So we see that coming down to be Aaron and Moshe, right? So here's the items here, right? The gold, the silver, the brass, right? The gold, these are elements that we should study, right? And understand it in the context of the tabernacle here. And blue, right? Blue, purple, and scarlet. Let's touch on some of these words. So here we have the tekelet, 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 right? BDB defines it as violet, violet stuff, violet as a color, violet stuff, fabric, right? Others describe it as blue, right? Covering, spectrum. Some say this blue covers the spectrum from like a brilliant type of a red through the deep purple, right? Tekelet, right? Now it said that this tekelet had come originally from a type of a mussel, a type of a creature, right? The worm, a creature, sea creature, right? This color, this blue color. Some say that this might have been lost over time because maybe the creature, they use the creature to make the color. And so you can imagine what happens, like with certain animals or certain natural products being used up or overused, right? But they say this color here, they bring out the color as violet, right? And then the range of the color right here, tekelet, the tekelet, they say covers the spectrum from brilliant red through the deep purple. Let's go a little deeper. Here we have shekelet. So that was tekelet, and they relate this word to shekelet or shechelet, right? Here, the onika, but this here is an ingredient that's used in the holy Aishans, right? But so here, basically the tekelet, once again, the tekelet. Then we have the purple in the Hebrew, the argaman, right? Argaman. Here, a purple or a red purple, argaman, the color of dyed stuff. And then we have the scarlet. Now the scarlet actually is like two words. Let's see if we can bring this out in the Hebrew right here, right? We have this verse here. Utekelet, with argaman, with tolaat shani, This is the red, tolaat shani, with sheish, with ezim, with ezim. So here, let's break this down right here. Let's actually do this here, right? So we can go this way, right? Tolah, right? Tolah. What is tolah? BDB defines a tolah as a worm, a scarlet stuff or crimson. Here from the worm, they describe this worm being the female Coccus elycus, right? Scarlet stuff, crimson scarlet. Here, the dye made from the dried body of the female of the worm, Coccus elycus or elysis, right? Here, the tolah, elsewhere in the Hebrew described as like a worm or a maggot, a worm grub, right? This particular worm that, the female of the species was used to make this color, right? So we're just going through just so we can understand these words in their context. The crimson grub, right? Use only this connection of the color from it. The cloth that was dyed. So certain cloth was dyed to make this particular color. So here the two words to bring out red is tolaat, the tolaat, right, of the shani. Shani. What is shani? Shani is scarlet. So this tolaat was a type of worm of the scarlet, the crimson, right? Pointing to the color. Once again, we have the same idea here of the dried body of the female yielding coloring matter from which is made the dye used for cloth to cover it, right? Scarlet or crimson. So this color right here is scarlet or crimson, right? So we have these particular three colors. Then it says with sheish. So here we have sheish, right? Not shashi. Shashi is three, but sheish. See why the vowels are very important, but sheish, right? Here we have sheish, right? Something bleached white, right? The bisis, linen. So here this is pointing to linen. But remember with Moshe Rabbeinu, there was the woman that had the ointment, in the alabaster box? Was it this sort of was it the sheish, similar stone, marble, right? So right here, this basically is like the white linen, right? White marble like white linen. Then it says with izim, and the izim or the A's. Izim is the plural of A's. A's is the female goat, the A's, right? The A's, right? Female goat, the she goat, or the goat, the kid, right? But this is the feminine, right? So the izim, right? Now notice this with the word. So the word in singular, A's, right, as we have it right here. Let's scroll up to it again. The A's, Ein, Zain, two letters, Ein and Zain. A's, A's. So what is the A's? A's is the female goat, the she goat, right? Right? Now feminine, singular, but Strong's now brings out this, and this is important to understand. Here in the verse we have Ezim. So the izim is the plural of the A's. A's is a she goat, right? A she goat from the sense of as being strong, right? As being strong. Here, let's bring this out again. Excuse me there. I clicked one too many things. Yeah, it's from the word azaz. So we have azaz. What is azaz? Azaz is the verb, right? To be strong, to prevail, to make firm, to strengthen. Azaz, right? To be stout, right? So here we have the she goat, the A's, as being strong. But notice what it says, but masculine and plural. So the A's is the she goat singular, but when we make it a plural word, the izim, A's to izim, like the izim is the masculine and plural, right? So here, elliptically, speaking of goats here, right? So what do we have here? Just to bring out this verse here for example, right? We have blue, right? The blue, Tekalet, the purple, Argaman, Tola'ata, Shani. We have the scarlet, we have the sheish, the fine linen, and then we have goats. Now, notice something here. The word here is italicized, and I was going by word. There was no word for here. That's why the word is here, there is italicized, right? So here when it says fine, right, or fine linen, some is bringing out the sense of the sheish as a type of silk. So it goes through the other materials. We'll go over some of these materials, right? But let's notice all the materials that are requested. These are all the materials. Now, this is being requested from the B'nai Yisrael, right? From the children of Israel, right? They are being called upon to offer offer, right? These elements to construct for the construction of a sanctuary. And the purpose of the sanctuary, we get it in the next verse here, right? We get it in verse 8. And let them or make them make me a sanctuary. For what reason? That I may dwell amongst them. This is the key, right? So yes, this Torah reading and feeding is about contributions and offerings, but for what purpose, right? To make Yahweh, what he says right here, Exodus 25:8, to make me a sanctuary that I may dwell, right, among them. So here in the Hebrew, it says, we'asu li, mikdash, shakanti, bitokam. So here, the 8th verse, we'asu, let them make, asa, to make, we'asu li, for me, to me, for me, we'asu li, va'asuli, mikdash, make a mikdash. So here, very much these are key words here, mikdash. It can be transliterated in two ways, mikdash or mikdash, right? Mikdash. Mikdash, BDB brings out a sacred place, a sanctuary, right? Sanctuary. We have some of the senses it's used of the temple, of the tabernacle, of Ezekiel, Yechezkel's temple of Yahweh, right? So this word here, Strong's bring as a consecrated thing or place, but this is the set apart place. Now it's interesting, it says whether of Yahweh or of idols. So other people also use this similar Afro-Shemitic word for their holy places, right? The Kadash sense, right? The Kadash here, there's the root word Kadash, which means to consecrate or more correctly, it means to separate, right? To separate. So he says, make me a holy place. Let them make for me, right? They make for me a holy place. Wa asuli mikdash, right? With shakanti and shakanti, that I may shakan. Shakan. What is shakan? Right? Shakan means to dwell, basically, settle down, to abide, for the sense of to dwell, right? To dwell, abiding, residing, abiding, right? Dwelling, or the sense of indwelling, the sense of lodging, right? The sense of lodging. So a residence, and this is a key word right here, bitokam, right? Bitokam from tawek, right? Tok. Tok means amidst, in the midst, in the middle, like amongst one, right? Amongst one, in the midst. So Yahweh here is setting his determination, his will to dwell, right, in the midst and amongst the children of Yisrael. But in order for this to come about, in order for this to happen, right, they have to play their part. It's almost like you have a guest, and because you have a guest coming by, you prepare a place, right? Preparing a place for the guest. Now, this guest, right, really the host, but really Yahweh himself is now going to describe specifically how this residence, right, is to look. And in the next verse, he further kind of doubles down on the theme and the idea right here, right? And doubling down on the theme, the idea right here, is a couple of key words we need to zoom in on. Because if we zoom in on these key words, then in going through all the instructions, even the great attention, there's a lot of attention to details given, but the key words will help to anchor us, right? So this is all about the Mishkan, right? This is all about the Mishkan. So now notice this right here in these two verses here. And let them make me a what? A mikdash, a holy place, a set apart place, right? That I may dwell, shakanti bitokam, according to all that. Now, here's what we say specifically. He's saying, according to this, basically saying, this is how you shall do it, right? This is how you shall make it. This is how you shall do it. This is how it's going to look, right? This is where this is going to be put. This is where that's going to be put. So everything is specified, right? All the items here are being specifically specified. But now this verse is a key verse right here. It says, according to all that I shew thee. So here in the mount, Moshe is being shown, right? It specifically says right here, right? To see, to look, right? So something Moses was able to see up in the mountain, up in the up in the mountain concerning that pattern. So here in this verse, it says, according to all that I show thee, right? The pattern of the tabernacle. Now let's pay attention to some key words right here. It says the pattern of what? The pattern of the tabernacle. Sometimes the translator, honestly, will kind of get a little loose with the translation, even in King James fashion. What I mean by that? The word tabernacle here is mishkan, right? Now, from the Hebrew, it makes perfect sense why it's mishkan. Because mishkan, dwelling place, comes from shakan. Did you get that right there? In the previous verse, right, verse 8, 25 and 80 says, and make them make me, right, wa asuli, right, mikdash, right, mikdash, make them make me a mikdash, a sanctuary, a holy place, right? So this one place has a few related names for the function, right? It's a mikdash, is a sanctuary or set apart, literally a place set apart, that he who be, that I, shakanti bitokam, right? And it says according, so let them make it according to all that I shew thee, right? The word after is not there. The word after is not there. Notice the difference if we read it. Let's read it with after and then read it without after, right? According to all that I shew thee, after the pattern of the tabernacle, or the way it actually is, according to all that I shew thee, the pattern of the tabernacle. You get that right there? It's direct. According to all that I shew thee, the pattern. What is he going to show to Moshe? What did he show to Moses? The tavnit. So we focus on that word right there, the tavnit, the pattern, the plan, the form, the pattern, the construction, the figure, the structure, the pattern, right? Here, this word refers to pattern, right? The pattern recognition. And the pattern, notice, so the pattern, word pattern is used twice in this verse, 25 and 9. There's the pattern of the what? Pattern of the Mishkan, right? And the Mishkan relates to the word in the previous verse, Shakanti, right? It says Shakanti, right? I dwelling bitokam, I residing amongst them. So the Mishkan is the residing place or the dwelling place, here called tabernacle. Now, why is that important? Because when we see tabernacle elsewhere, it's then going to bring out the word ohel. Ohel is tent. So a couple of words associated with the holy place is the Mikdash, is the Mishkan. Here we have the pattern of the Mishkan, the dwelling place called the tabernacle, and the Tavnit, and the pattern, once again, the pattern, right, of all the instruments. So even the instruments have patterns, right, have design and pattern. Here we have the Kali in the singular, Kali, right, like article, a vessel or implement. We generally say the furnishings or the furniture thereof, right? Even so shall y'all make, right? Shall y'all make. Now notice the first thing that Yahweh begins. He begins from himself. If you notice that, he begins from himself. So we look at the pattern. Let's go over here again and kind of show this right here, all right? Remember this right here, the pattern. I mean, the pattern, you know, right? Here we have the gate. So if we go according to the pattern, so as the Israelite would enter in, right, right, where the brazen altar is, from the gate, the brazen altar, right? The priest would serve between the brazen altar, right, and the brazen laver, right? And the priest would go in to the first room, the holy place, right? The Kodesh, right? The holy place, where we have the golden lampstand, the table of shewbread, the altar of the golden altar of incense, Ishans, and the veil, right? And then in the third, right, the third part, so even the tabernacle, right, reflects the Hebrew Trinity, the three key parts. Once again, we have the outer court, right, the courtyard, right, outside of the tent, right? Then we have the tent, right here. We have the first room of the tent, and then we have the Holy of Holies, right, where the Ark of the Covenant is, right? Now notice this in the instructions, right? Let's animate the instruction and kind of see it as it is. He says right here after verse 8, right, telling them what to do, make me a mikdash, right, a holy place, a set apart place, that I may shakan among them, according to all that I shew thee. So Moses being shown something, right? The pattern of the tabernacle. So there's two patterns here. There are two patterns here. There's the pattern of the tabernacle or the Mishkan, the dwelling place, and then there's the pattern, right, of all the instruments thereof. This is what they are to make. Then as he begins here in this Torah reading and feeding, 19th sabbatical study, Teruma, what does he say in 25:10? And they shall make an ark. So the first thing that Yahweh begins in instruction is he begins from himself. Remember, it's at the ark above the mercy seat and between the two cherubim, right? The two kephraim, the two cherubims, is where he says he will commune. There he will speak with the Bnei Yisrael, right? That's also known as the Diber, right? The Diber, the oracle, right? So the ark connects with the oracle, connects with the communication, the communion, where he would speak. So he begins in the instruction from himself. So he begins from himself. So it's almost as though, let's look at this pattern again. He is speaking from himself, right? The Holy of Holies, right? And then he goes in this direction, right? So he begins from himself to the gate, right? But then we begin in our approach from the gate to him. So the instruction, he begins from himself, right? And the first item that he says that is to be made is the ark of Shittim wood, right? The shita, shitim. Literally, this is the word, a Hebrew word in a sense, shitim, right? Shitim is the acacia wood, right? Or acacia tree, right? Acacia. Particular kind of wood is the acacia, right? So from the acacia wood, right? Then giving the description. Then we get the attention to detail, the description of it, right? Then also what is to be made with, right? It says, so the box, notice here is the box, right? This is the box of wood, right? The description of the box, right? The chest, the ark, the aron. Oh, just to show the word aron too. This is what it's called in Hebrew, the aron, right? I know it sounds a lot like the man, right? Well, Aaron in Hebrew is Aharon, 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 Aharon. This is Aaron, Aaron, the man Aharon, Aharon, right? So he begins with a description of the box in verse 10, and then he says this, and thou shalt overlay. So the overlay is safa, safa, to overlay, to cover, to plate, right? So it's like gold plated. So we have the wood, the acacia wood for the box, and then we have the gold plating, right? Or sheeting it over with metal. Thou shalt overlay it with what? With pure gold. So it didn't even just say gold, but it's zahab, right? The gold, zahab is gold, zahab. And what kind of gold? Tahor, pure gold. Now take note of the word tahor. It'll be used elsewhere for pure and clean, right? Related to like teru in them heart. But within and without. So you see it right there. So the box here, so there's a box, the wooden box, and it's going to be overlaid, right, on the outside, right? That's box number 2, right? And then overlaid on the inside, box number 3, right? Shalt thou overlay it. And shall make upon it a crown of gold. So here we speak about the zer, right? And let me see if it's there in the text right here, right? Let's say where's Epita oto zahabat ahora mi bayit u mi yachutz, mi bayit. It's interesting that the word within is related to the word for like by for house, right? Let's see if we can do this over here. Let's bring it up right here. Where's the word me buy it? Oh, there we go, me buy it. So look at that, from the house. So but the translator says from what? Right? Within and without. From the house is within, right? Me buy it. From the house, ua mi chutz. And from chutz, right? So he says that somebody has chutzpah, right? Chutzpah, right? They like out, they out, they outside, right? Chutzpah, right? And from outside, te tzapenu, where asita alayo, and here we have zir. Now, this is the interesting word here. The zir is related to circulate like a crown. Then we have the nezer, like nazar, like we say Nazarene, the nezer, right? Nezer zahab sabi. So it is going to be a crown, right? There's a crown that goes around, right? So the ark also has a crown around of it. And then it describes other items, right? Other aspects of the ark, the rings, not to go into the detail right here. And then it says that these carrying poles, so it's the carrying poles as well. The carrying poles are to be made of the same, right? The same wood, the acacia or shittim wood, right? As the ark box, the wooden box itself. And like the wooden box is to overlay them with gold. Right now, if we get into the detail, it doesn't say pure gold, but it does say with gold. Check. Verse 14, and thou shalt put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark. All right. So one thing that some of us we'd be reasoning on this: which way do we think that the staves were in the ark? What do I mean by that? Let's see. Do we have any of that here? Right. Let's see if we have any of that right here. Right. Let's see. We have any of the ark right here. Which way would we say, okay, was it this way? You see how it's on the side, right? Or was it like a lot of people, like if you look at different arc representation, we try to choose the ones, okay, or is it like this? Is it the side like this, on this side? right? Or is it on the opposite side? That's just a little something that, we be reasoning. We, based on our study, we think that it's on this side. This is the side. This is how the staves were in the ark, right? On the side there. But some assume that it was on the other side, right? That's a whole other reasonment, but just to give a kind of a general, point of reference. Like this is the way that it was placed on the sides, right? And we maintained that for a while. And as we was talking on, we're noticing that a lot of new representations, others seeming to agree with that. Hallelujah. And thou shalt put the staves into the ring, because it says by the sides, right? By the selah, the sides, right? So it's to decide which is the side of the ark and which is the front and the back, so to speak. But now, one thing interesting about this word is selah, selah, or salah, selah, selah, and salah, salah. This is the same word that's used for rib. The rib. When I talk about rib, when the woman was made from man's rib, right? This is the same word. The same word is side. So it could have said that Yahweh Elohim took a side from the man, right? But this word also is used for like the side chambers or the cells, like of a temple structure, right? The leaves of a door, or as we see right here, the side of the ark. So it said that these staves, these carrying poles, were put into rings that were by the sides of the ark, that the ark may be borne, that the ark may be nasa. Nasa. Nasa here means to lift up, to carry. Maybe nasa. And here's a curious thing right here. It says the staves shall be in the what? In the rings of the ark. They shall not be taken from it. Right? Now, here, I don't know if we have one of the pictures here. There was one artistic representation that we kind of liked, but the staves were mad long. They were like, there we go, right there, this one. I mean, look at it. But that would make sense. It had to be carried on the shoulders, of the Levites. You know what I mean? So this is one representation. See how long these staves are. But it's interesting that it says that the staves, right, would not be taken out, right? And some say that when Solomon had built his temple, that the room, the Holy of Holies, was based on the size of it, that the staves poked out of the curtain. Some say that the staves were so long because of the dimension of the Holy of Holies in Solomon's temple, that the staves like stuck out. You know what I mean? But that right there, they're there just to give ones and ones, because as we read this, it doesn't really make sense unless we can see a visual, see a picture of it, right? Or can, like what is being said, because even they themselves, in being given this instruction, they had to visualize it. Check, right? So right here, and thou shalt put into the ark. Now, after describing, all the scribes describe what, what the scripts here describes as the details of the ark. Then it gives us the main function. Notice that the function here is given, right? And thou shalt put into the ark the testimony, the edut, that I shall give thee, right? So there's a testimony. So think about it. The ark basically is a chest, a box, right? Or even in some cases, a coffin, a chest, a box, a coffin, right? Like musically, we have the coffin of the sound system, something like this. But here we have a chest where, you put valuable things in. But he says the testimony. So the testimony is a witness. So in a sense, the sanctuary was also about witness protection, right? The ark is symbolic of that witness protection, protecting that witness. Yahweh is going to give a testimony, the testimony. Whose testimony? His testimony. The testimony of what? The testimony of the 10 words, the Aseret Debarim that he spoke to them. The testimony of the Divrei, right? The Divrei Habrit, the testimony of the words of the covenant. But now notice, at this particular point, the whole ark is described so far. The box, the wooden part of the box, the overlay on the inside, the overlay on the outside, the rings, right, are also described, and where the rings are to be placed for carrying the ark. But then, after stating what should be put in the ark, if you follow the instructions, it goes sequentially. At this particular point in verse 16, It's like the ark is all constructed and it's open box, right? It's an open ark, and the testimony will go right in there. And then he describes the covering. Notice that. Now he describes the covering on top. So first he describes the box, almost like going from like ground up. We get the box, then it's open, then we zoom into the box because there in the box, he's going to give us a testimony to put in the box. And then after that, he says, okay, now for the mercy seat, which the mercy seat right here is the kaporet, right? The kaporet. Sounds something similar to the Day of Atonement, Kippur, Kippurim, Kapar, Kafar. Some say Kafar, Kafir. Others say Kafir. But Kafar means to cover. Look at that. Kafar means to cover. So basically, after describing the ark, making the ark from the wooden box, the overlay of gold inside and outside, the threefold Trinity, box, three times, it's like three in one box, right? And the carrying post to carry it, it's still an open box, put in the testimony, and now here to the lid. Here, the kaporet is the lid, right? And notice this word kaporet, Hebraically, is used only of the cover of the sacred Aaron, the cover of the Tabot, right? Then it says, thou shalt make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2 cubits and a half, then it gives the direct shape. And we can get into, that's probably the next part of our study, is weights and measures. Weights and measures, right? Weights and measures. Like, remember, Israel was becoming a people at this point, a nation, right? So this is very specific instruction that's given here for the holy place, but then we go also learn about, weights and measures, right? And thou shalt make 2 cherubim. Now notice when the cherubim are mentioned, the cherubim, the kephraim, they're not described. There's no description. Everything else is given a description down to the very detail of it, but the cherubim are not described. It said that these 2 cherubim are to be made of gold. Note that it doesn't say pure gold. I'm noting the parts where it says pure gold. Some parts it specifies pure gold, but this is gold, must be of a beaten work, right? Miksha, hammered work, right? Shall thou make them, right? In the 2 ends of what? The 2 ends of the lid, the cover, the kaporet, the mercy seat, right? And then it describes how one kirub will be on one end, the other kirub, kepra, will be on the other end. And it says, of the mercy seat of the kaporet, the cover, the lid, right, shall y'all make the cherubim, right, the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof, right? So here the cherubim are now described. The only thing described about them is their wings. So we have to ask ourselves, wow, today when we look up, okay, cherubim, what do people say a cherubim is or was, right? We get all these different kind of ideas. We're like, wow, the Israelites wasn't, they must have known what this is, right? And it's also curious that the cherubim are not described. You see what I'm saying? And then it says that the image of the cherubim. Now, it's interesting to compare this. Was the cherubim a violation, right, of the Torah, of the second, right, word of the command? No, I just say right now, it was not. Although it is an image, right, a hammered out image, right, not so much graven, but it's still a 3-dimensional representation, right? But like I said before, why this is not a violation of, not to make any image of anything in heaven and under the earth or on the land, because this was not God. Right? This was not, this was not Elohim. You know what I mean? This was for his service. But now it describes how their wings, right, would overlay and stretch forth over, right, high, covering the mercy seat with their wings and their faces. So we know that the cherubim had faces, right? We don't know what the faces were like, but it says they had faces, right? And one to another, right? Toward the mercy seat shall the face of the cherubim be, right? At no point in time do we see, Yahweh, what is a cherubim? We have to ask that. They didn't have to ask that. And thou shalt put the mercy seat, right, upon the ark, right? And in the ark, going back to the previous, right, verse, and in the ark, thou shalt put the testimony, and I shall give thee. Right? And that here's why the ark, notice he begins from himself. He begins from the ark. He says, and there I will meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat. Right? So why is the ark so important? Because it's the meeting place. Right? He says, Ya'ad, Ya'ad, right? Ya'ad, right? There he would meet by appointment. There he would meet, right, with thee, and I will commune, Dabar, right? That's what's called the Deber, the oracle. This is the oracle, right? With thee, where? From above the mercy seat, from between the two cherubim, that upon the ark of the testimony. Now notice what we said before, that the ark of the covenant is first referred to as the ark of the testimony. Just want to zoom in on that, the ark of the testimony, right? The Aron HaEdut, right? Of all that I will give thee in commandment to the Bnei Yisrael, right? So we're going to pause right here at the ark. So he begins from himself, right? Becoming the ark is a symbolic throne as well, just to kind of zoom in on that idea, right? So you see right there, that's one artistic representation, right? Right there. Did the cherubim look like that? I don't know, but based on study, right? Yeah, we'll touch on that right there. We think that this is one of the best kind of representations here, just to show you again, right, of the ark and even of the cherubim, right? Right. This also somewhat, right, but of the carrying poles and where they would be. This too, but we think the carrying poles be too short. You know what I mean? Right there, there. But be that as it may it as it be, let's ride up with today's daily psalm, Chabarim. Trying to keep this in the time and give thanks, brothers and sisters and brothers. So here we have Psalm 25, today's daily psalm here in the order. Here. Psalm 25.
Psalm 25.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
אליך אדוני נפשי אשא.
O my God, O my God, O my God, O my God.
אלוהי.
I trust in thee, in thee.
בך בטחתי.
Let me not be ashamed.
אל אבושה.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me.
אל יעלצו אויבי לי.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his trouble, 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 out of all his trouble.
Yes, 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 yes. Redeem Israel out of all his troubles. Yes, yes, yes. Speaking of all man as one man, right there. So here, Psalm 25, Mizmor Kaf Hey. Here we have Psalm 25, Mizmor Kaf Hey. Kaf Hey. Hebrew Aleph numerics, the Hebrew alphanumerics. Kaf has a numerical value of the Hebrew letter Kaf, Kaf, numerical value of 20, and Hey, fifth letter of the Hebrew alphabet, so 20 and 5. Here, Mizmor Kaf Hey, Psalm 25, Tehillim Kaf Hey. Psalm XXV, here we have a tefillah. Here we have a tefillah. Tefillah is prayer. A prayer right here. A prayer. Now, the whole of the psalm is a cry, a shout out, a call out of a humble soul in supplication to Yahweh Eloheinu. What's interesting about this, we have the book, the New Testament quotations collate of Old Testament scriptures, which is very interesting to see how so many verses from what's called the Old Testament Hebrew Bible might find their way and undergird, the New Covenant scriptures. In other words, how many times we find Old Testament quotes. So this particular book from back in, what was this? Back in the when was this book published right here? We have it as a reprint. Was a good study tool right here. Some areas of the scripture, 1855. Yeah, from 1855. So here in this particular reprint, we turn to page 125, and it speaks about Psalm 25, today's daily psalm, verse 11. And this verse is quoted, O Lord, Yahweh, pardon mine iniquity. In the Septuagint is translated as also, O Lord, Kure, right? Be merciful to my sin. But the KJV more, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity. We find this in Luke's Gospel chapter 18, verse 13, where I think this was the publican. Remember, there was the Yeshua Robbeinu, our Rabbi Yeshua HaNotri, Justice of Nazareth. He gave, that case study of the Pharisee who went in to pray and was talking about, oh, thank you, God, I'm not like this man, that man, the next man. I do this, I do that, da, 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 da. And then there was the publican who went in and wouldn't even lift up his head, but, said, God, be merciful to me, Elohim, judge, creator, be merciful to me, a sinner. And then Yeshua asked, well, who went to his home justified? Innocent, justified, vindicated, right? So here we have this psalm being reflected in Luke's Gospel chapter 18 at verse 13, comparing with today's daily psalm 25, 11. For thy name's sake, O Yahweh, right? Pardon mine iniquity, for it great. So here we have today's daily psalm, Mizmor Kaf Hey, right? It's a tefillah, right? A prayer, tefillah. It reflects no special circumstances, although the appeal is intensely personal, right? Now, in the form of it, it's based on the alphabetical acrostic when looking at it from a Hebrew perspective, where certain psalms, if you look at the first letter of the first verse or of verses, we'll find that it goes in the order of the Hebrew alphabet from Aleph, Ha-Aleph to Ha-Tawet, from the Hebrew Alpha Omega, from the beginning to last. All right, so this also here is an Hebrew alphabetical acrostic psalm with divergence at 3 points. That if we go through a little full, we can note the 3 points that it diverges. What's interesting is that the Hebrew alphabet is 22, right? We have 22 otot or letters, signs or letters, right? And today's daily psalm, Psalm 25, means Mordkaf Hey. It has 22 verses, but yet there's some divergence, right, at some particular points, right, from the Hebrew alphabet. But on the whole, it lines up with the Hebrew alphabet. Now, two of these irregularities, right, they also occur in another psalm, namely Psalm 34. That is a companion to this Mizmor, this psalm right here. So today's daily psalm, Psalm 25, a companion psalm, Psalm 34, right? However, the reason, right, for this, some say can't be fully explained, but Chabarim, Talmudim, we can reason on that. So here, today's daily psalm, Psalm 25, right? A prayer for gracious protection, right? And guidance, right? The question, who may ascend into the mountain of Yahweh from Psalm 24, right? Propounded, right? Is thrown out, right? Or thrown up, right? By Psalm 25 in a different way, right? So notice the previous Psalm, Psalm 24, asked the question, who may ascend into the mountain of Yahweh, right? Here in the following Psalm, Psalm 25, Mizmor Kaf Hey, right? It says, who is he that feareth Yahweh, right? Who is he that reverence, that has a respect, reverential, trust and awe, right? In order to answer it in great and glorious promises, or Yahweh's yea, yea, his amen, amen. It is calmly confident prayer here for help against one's foes or enemies, and for Elohim's instructing, right? The guidance, instructing, pardoning, and the leading grace, right? Now, we can get into some of the details, but suffice it to say, let's touch on today's daily psalm. We have verses 1 to 7, right? 1 to 7 is an appeal for protection, right? For guidance and pardon, right? Guidance, protection, and pardon. So right here, today's daily psalm, verses 1 to 7, appeal for protection, guidance, and pardon. Of David, Lid Dawid, to thee, to the eye, to thee, O he who be, O Yahweh, do I lift up my soul. Eleka, Yahweh, nafshi, esa, do I nasa, right? Nasa, esa, do I lift up, nafshi, my soul, my psyche, right? So here, let's do as we do here, compare verses here, the Aleph verse, the opening verse, Lid Dawid, of David. So the word a psalm is not there in the Hebrew. That's why they have it italicized there. But of David, for David, le Dawid, le David, le Dawid, le David, right? Le Dawid. Eleka, Yahweh, nafshi esa. Do I lift up my soul, right? Nafshi esa. Again, we have this in Psalm 86, round about verse 3, verse 4. Also, we have this phraseology, do I lift up my soul, in Psalm 143, round about verse 7, verse 8. This here brings out the attitude of true tefillah, true prayer right here, true tefillah. Here in this verse here, L'Dawi, Elecha, Yahweh, Eleka, Yahweh, nafshi esa. Nafshi, my soul, my psyche, esa. Do I carry? Do I lift up? Right? Do I lift up? The attitude of true prayer here, it rids it of formality. We could say the sentence here in the Hebrew and the Ivrit, in the Yehudit, is short and sweet. Elecha Yahweh, nafshi esa. Elecha Yahweh, nafshi esa. Prayer, true prayer, right? No formality, direct. Do I lift up my psyche? Do I lift up my soul? Right here, first verse. Le Dawid, Eleka, Yahweh, nafshi esa. Here to the bait verse right here. Oh my God, Elohai, I trust in thee in the eye. Make I not be ashamed. Make not mine enemies triumph over me. Here. Elohai, Bika, Batachtia, Al Evosha, Ala Ya'alutsu Oibai, Li. Elohai, my Elohim, Elohai, Elohai, Haliai, Elohai, Beka, in the I, male and none other, Beka, Elohai, Beka, Batachti, 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 do I batach, right? Do I trust, right? Always faithful, always sure. Do I trust? Do I place my trust? Has a twofold sense, batach can mean like to flee, like to something or someone for protection, but also in the figurative sense to trust, right? To have confidence or boldness. Elohai beka batachti, have I trusted? Batachti, right? Always faithful, always sure. Elohai beka batachti, al ebosha, al evosha, al not evosha. Do not, right? Right? Make me not be bush evosha, be put to shame. Don't make me be disconcerted. Don't make me be disappointed. Right? Al ebosha. Don't make me pale. Don't make me pale. Al ebosha, al evosha, al ebosha. Make me not be ashamed, right? Delayed, disappointed, right? Al evosha, al ya'alsu, al and don't ya'alsu. Don't let them, right? Alat. Don't let them alat. Ya also. Don't let them also. Don't let them exalt. Right? Don't let them jump for joy. Al ya also oibai li. Don't make my oibai, my haters, my enemies, jump for joy. Don't let them exalt. Right? Don't make them jump for joy. Al ya also oibai li. Right? Don't make them jump for joy because of me. Don't let them exalt because of me. The sense of this is don't make them triumph, right? So the alat, ya'alsu, right? They rejoicing, they jumping for joy, right? Oibai, oyeb, enemy, oibai, my enemies, oibai, my haters, my enemies, personal, national, right? My adversaries. So what do we have right here? Now, this particular verse right here does not begin with bait. It begins with aleph, right? Elohai, aleph, Elohai. This verse right here. So this is one of the places where it kind of differs from the alphabetical, right? But overall, it reflects an alphabetical acrostic. So this verse doesn't begin with bait, right? However, the initial of the second word is interesting. So this is the first word here, right? Elohai, beginning with the aleph, first letter. But if you notice the second word here, we have bika, bait and kaf. Bika, be in on by way of ka, the I male, in the I male. Elohai, bika, right? So the second word begins with bait. So it's been suggested that the name, or rather the attribute of Yahweh, right, Elohai, my Elohim, right, was not considered to be part of the acrostic. And therefore, the verse has the required letter. So some say that remember the first verse? Remember the first verse? What was the first verse? Eleka, Yahweh, Nafshi, Esah. Some suggest that the Elohai, the first word, actually, right, belongs to the last part of the first verse. So instead of Eleka Yahweh Nafshi Esah, to the I, oh he who be, do I lift up my soul? Rather, it would be Eleka Yahweh Nafshi Esah Elohai. And then the second verse would be Bika Batachti al Evosha al Ya'alsu Oibaili. That would be, to kind of make up for the acrostic. So we have Aleph, Beit right there. So some would say that this first word here is actually like a widow in printing, right? In printing, they call it a widow. Actually belongs to the last word of the previous verse. So after Nafshi, Esa, my soul I lift up, Elohai, Elohai, oh my creator, oh my judge, like oh my God, right? Nafshi, Esa, Elohai. And then we have the second verse, some suggest would begin from Bika, in the eye, male, batachti, I have trusted, I am confident, right? So right there. So some modern scholars point to the fact that verse 1 consists of a single line. Some will look at, remember how we said it was a short, sweet, true prayer? Some point to, well, it's just a single line. And they suggest that the original text had a parallel line that may have ended, some suggest, with Elohai, right? That alone remains, right? The Elohai alone remains, and therefore this was attached, some say, to the second verse. Some suggest it should be attached at the end of the first verse. Others say perhaps there was another line that might have been lost. Now, that's just a reasoning, right? Because we see the rest of the psalm, much of the psalm still has an alphabetical, right? So the integrity of the Masoretic text, so to kind of clear this up, right? The Masoretic, the Hebrew Masoretic text, right? The integrity of it is supported by the agreement with the Septuagint or the LXX, right? So right here for this verse here, Elohai, Bekabatachti alevosha, al ya'alsu oibai. Here, let me not be ashamed. Al evosha, al ebosha. Don't make me bush. Don't make me bash, right? Don't make me bush. Al ebosha, right? Interesting here, this word in some places is when it says that Israel will not be pale, right? That's the sense to be pale. It's not literally that, but does the translator just translate it like that? So don't make me pale, right? As I would be if the taunt of my enemies were justified. If how my enemies are taunting me was justified, then probably ebosha, let me be pale. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like let me be as though all the melanin, all the blood just drained out of me, right? Let me be ashamed, right? Vis-a-vis that my trust, my bitachon, right, in Yahweh Eloheinu would not help me. So right here, let's keep it pushing. Elohai beka batachti, ale bosha, alia al su oibaili. Here, bringing it to verse 3, the Gamel verse. So right here. Yea, make none that wait on thee be ashamed. Make them be ashamed that transgress without cause. So here's very interesting, the theme of bush, right? Bosh, right? Bashment, right? Ashamement, right? Here we find this as a kind of an underlying theme. But here, verse 3, Gam, kola koiweka, Gam, kola koiweka, lo yevoshu yeboshu, ha bogadim, rekam. So here, gam. In the Hebrew, gam means it's to say. The KJV says what? It says yea. Generally speaking, gam can mean yea, gam, right? Also, even, indeed, moreover. So when he says like, let not my enemies triumph over me, yea, moreover, right? Moreover, right? He's saying right here, moreover, none, right? No one that wait for you shall be ashamed, right? So don't let my enemies triumph over me. Don't let me be ashamed when my enemies to jump for joy over me. Yea, gam, call koiwecha, koiweka. No, make none who kava, who wait, who expect on you, right? Don't let none who expect on you be ashamed. Lo yeboshu. Lo, not yeboshu, not for them to be pale, not for them to be ashamed. Yeboshu, let them be ashamed who transgress without a cause. So let none who wait or expect on you, Yahweh, to be ashamed, disappointed, pale, right? But let them be ashamed, Yeboshu ha-bogdim. The Bogadim, Reikam, right? The Bogadim. Who are the Bogadim? Right? The Bogadim are those who bagad. Right? Bagad is those who act treacherously in a covered up way, like the cover up. Right? They act treacherously, bagad. Now, interesting thing about the word bagad, bagad also like beged, right? Can mean to cover, like even clothing. The word for clothing kind of come from this, one of the words. But basically the sense is something that covers over. But in the other sense of the word is to deal or act treacherously, like acting like a covered over way, like a conspiracy, like a covered over way, right? So he's saying, don't let anyone who expects on you, gam, call a koyeka, lo yeboshu, lo yeboshu. Don't let them be ashamed. But then he says, yeboshu, let them be ashamed. Who? Habogadim, those that transgress, that act in a treacherous or covered up way, rekam, 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 vainly, emptily, right? Like for nothing, right? Emptily, ineffectually, undeservedly. Those who transgress, right? Undeservedly, without cause. What do we have here? Here he answers the doubts implied in his prayer. There's some doubts that are implied in the tefillah. But here he answers, he will not be put to shame, because that is never the experience of those who truly rely, depend, right, trust upon Yahweh Elohim, right? They are innocent and they are justified, therefore they are never ashamed, right? Who truly rely, right, and trust upon he who be, who he be. So this verse right here, Gam, kolak oeka, lo yeboshu, yeboshu, habogadim rekam. Here to the Dalet, the fourth verse, just in verses 1 to 7, the appeal for protection, guidance, and pardon, right? Pardon. Here the fourth Dalet, right? Pasuk, right? Dalet, right? Shew me thy ways, O Yahweh, teach me thy paths. Here, verse 4. Derakeka Yahuwah hodeini, orchoteka lamdeini. Derakeka, your derricks, your ways, your well-trodden paths, right? Your way, your course of life, right? Your way, right? Your way. Actually, this is your ways, right? Darkeka, the I male way, oh he who be, who he be. Derakeka Yahuwah hodi'eni. So when it says shoe me, it's not really shoe like to see something. It's not that kind of shoe. It's from the yada, yada means to know, cause me to know, right? In the sense of the hodaini, let's see if we can be hodaini, make known, like make it known, the Nephil sense, make it known to me, hodaini, right? Cause to be known, the pual sense, make it known to me, right? Cause me to know. So this is more of the knowledgeable sense, not just seeing with the eyes sense, but it's caused me to know. You see, the ISV has a little bit close to causing me to understand. More better, cause me to know, right? Thy ways. Derakeka Yahweh. Hodaini. Hodia ani. Cause me to yada to know. Orchoteka, right? Your orchot. Here, this is from the word orach. So we have the word derek, which is a way, right? Like a road, a path, a well-trodden road, right? And now we have orach. Orach, here they say way, a path, right? Right? But this is another word, right? This is another word brought out better as a path, right? Teach me your path. But a good question is, are these just synonyms, or do they specify derek, way, orach, path? Here, orchoteka, your paths, lamedeni, lamed ani, teach me, lamad, from lamad, to learn, to teach, right? The kal sense to learn, the PL sense in lamdani, lamdani, to teach me. Teach I thy paths. Shew me thy ways. Cause me to know thy ways. What's interesting about this here in Dawid's prayer, Lid Dawid, right, is that Dawid is reflecting on Moshe's prayer. Moses had a prayer. Moses had a tefillah. In Exodus chapter 33, verse 13, he says something very much similar. Hoda'eni, right? Darkeka Yahweh Hoda'eni. Show me, or better, cause me to know. Hodia ani, Hoda'eni. Darkeka Yahweh Hoda'eni. Moses' prayer, Exodus 33 and 13. To know, right? You know, like to know him is to truly love him, right? To know the ways, darkeka, right? To know the ways of Yahweh Eloheinu is to understand the divine meaning and the purposes of one's own life and those happening around one, so that one may order their own conduct accordingly. This verse is an important verse here, verse 4. Take note of it, Talmudim, as it connects with verse 10. But let's keep it moving. Darkeka Yahweh Hodaini Orchoteka Lamdaini. Here to the Hay verse, the 5th verse right here, right? Lead me in thy truth and teach me, for thou, the Elohim of my salvation, on thee I do I wait all the day. Let me say, like, on God, on the I do I wait all the day. Right here. Hadrikeini yaba amiteka wilamdeini kiata Eloheya yishi oteka kawiti akola hayom. What do we have right here? Lead me. He says what? Lead me, right? Hadrikeni, lead me. Darak. Now, Darak, you see, we just touched on the word for way. Derek in the previous verse. Derek, right? Darkeka, right? The I ways, or Yahweh, or the Aini. Teach me, cause me to know. Here, this is the verb of the word for way. So derek is the noun, way, and darak is the verb, to tread, to bend, to march. So get it? To march. And we march on what? Derek. Darak, he trod it. He treaded on derek. He treaded a path. He treaded a way. So here, this word here, so hadrikeni, hadrek ani, right, is like to say, causing me to trod, causing me to walk, to trot. So he mentions the way, right, the noun, and now here's the verb sense within the word in Hebrew, to lead. Hadrikeni, hadrik ani. Let's see if we can bring it out. Hadrik. That's a he fill, right? Hadrik, right? Hadrik, right? Cause to go, right? To lead. You see what it says? Cause to go, right? Cause me to trod, right? Cause me to march, to tread, to trod. Hadrikeni, ba'amiteka, in your emet, right? In your firmness, your faithfulness. Often translated as truth, right? Ba'amiteka, right? And teach me. So again, in this verse, bringing out the same central idea, right? Wilamdeni, right? Wilamde, lamed, teach, ani, teach I, lamdeni, wilamdeni, and teach I. Why? It says kiata, for ata, the I, male, kiata, Elohe, yishi, you are the Elohim, Elohe, the Elohim of, the creator, right? The judge of, the creator of, the Elohim of, Elohe, Elohim of, Yishai, of my Yesha'a, right? Of my Yesha'a, right? Of my deliverance, my salvation, Yishai, my liberty, my deliverance, my prosperity, my saving, right? On thee do I wait. Oteka, on the I, oteka, right? Kawiti, kaviti, kawiti, do I wait, I expect. Call hayom, all hayom, all the day. What do we have here? In thy truth, Bamiteka, Bamitecha, Bamitecha, Bamiteka, right? Not the true conception of Elohim's nature. Some interpret this as, well, this is not the true conception of Elohim's nature, right? However, in context of what's being said here, the truth is the truth, the firmness, the true way of life, and the truth concerning the way of life to follow, to try. Remember the previous verse was where it had Hadrikeni, guide me, cause me to trod, right? Trod what? In the direct, darkeka, in the I ways, and orchoteka, in the I path. Teach me that. So here, in the sense of thy truth. Elsewhere, when it says thy truth, many times it can speak to his nature. But in the context here, it's speaking to the truth of the way of life to try, to follow. Now, a verse beginning with the letter wow or vav is omitted here, right? And also in a similar way in Psalm, the companion Psalm, Psalm 34. Psalm 34. Once again, this verse here, Hadrikeni ba miteka wilamdeni. Kiata lohe yishi. Oteka kawiti kol hayom. Here, the wow, the vav verse right here, the wow verse. Here we're at the 6th verse. Remember, O Yahweh, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they ever of old. They ever of old. What do we have right here? The Hebrew. Zekora Rahameka Yahuwah Waha Hasadeka Ki Me Olam Hema. Zikor, Zikor. It's a command. Zikor, Rahameka. Remember your what? Your Rachame, your wombs. Is it wombs? In the masculine sense is womb, but here the sense of this is compassion. Interesting, the word for womb and the word for compassion and mercy. How these words for the womb, right? Like the matrix, the womb, and also in Hebrew, the sense of compassion, right? How they're linked. Compassion. You see what it says compassion in the plural? The verse here says rachame, right? Plural sense, ka. The eyes, compassions, right? The sense of tender mercies, right? Like the womb, right? The matrix. Because what does the womb do? The womb, it cherishes, it loves, it cherishes the fetus, right? That's not what it was created to do, right? Raham in the Hebrew as a verb means to love deeply, right? Not just to love, but you love deeply in the sense of having mercy, being compassionate, having tender affection, right? So thy loves, thy tender mercy, zikor, call to mind, zikor, rachameka, Yahweh, he who be, wachasadeka. So remember both what? Remember your tender mercies, right? Rachameka, right? Wa and chasadeka, and your chesed, your goodness, your kindness, your loving kindness, your chesed, right? Chasadeka, zikor rachameka, Yahuwah, wa chasadeka, ki, for, because, may olam, from forever, from time indefinite, may olam, hey ma, they are. Hey ma means they are. So these two attributes right here, right? The raham and the chesed, right? The chesed, zikor rachameka, Yahweh wa chasedeka, ki me olam, hey ma. What do we have here? Remember, keyword zikor, from zakar, to remember, to call to mind, right? Zikor. So the command here in the prayer, this is a command to Yahuwah course, in mercy, is that he called to mind what? The twinfold attributes of Raham and Chesed, right? Of his mercy, his tender mercies, and his loving kindness. Since Elohim's nature, right? Yahweh Eloheinu's nature, his nature is unchangeable. He must be merciful to the suffering now, as he proved himself in the past, is the sense of this verse here. At verse 6, Zikor Rachameka Yahweh wa Chasadeka. Ki me olam heima. Here to the Zain, the seventh verse, so we can complete the first section, verses 1 to 7, which is the appeal for guidance, protection, and pardon. Again, remember not. So there's a positive command to remember, and then there seems to be a negative command. Remember not. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions, according to what? According to thy, did he say according to according to thy mercy. Remember thou me for thy goodness sake. Oh Yahweh. Here. Let's bring out the Ivrit, the Hebrew. Chatot, sins. Chatota neorai, sins of my youth. Chatot neorai, sins of my youth. Ua fishai, and like rebellions, transgressions, fishai, al tizkor, do not remember. Tizkor, the eye remembers. Al tizkor, don't remember, don't call to mind. Ka chasideka, like chasideka, like according to your chesed, according to your mercy, right? Zekar, remember for me, ata, you. So it's interesting, the construction of Hebrew, like remember for me, you, yourself. Remember for me, you. Zekar li ata, lima'an, so that, right? So that, tuveka, so that your goodness, tubeka, Yahuwah, oh, he who be. So full of the verse. Chatota neorai, ufishai, altis kora ka chasideka, zakar liata lima'an tubeka, Yahuwah. Here, scenes, right? He says scenes, chatota neorai, the sins of neorai, of my naor, my early life, my, youth, my youth state, my juvenility, when I was young, right? When I was young, sins I did when I was young, chatot. And here, in the sense of chatot from chata'a, chata'a is the singular, chatot is the plural, chata'a. But here it says chatot neorai, the sins of my youth. This brings out the sense of inadvertent errors, right? The inadvertent errors due to, right, youthful indiscretions. Chatot neorai, right? Then it says, u and fishai, and my pesha. What is pesha? Pesha is transgression, rebellion. Right? So the word transgression Hebraically is also rebellion. My transgressions, right? Fishai, peshai, right? According, right? This is like acts of rebellion against Yahweh's will. Acts where I've expressed my will against thy will, right? Acts of rebellion, which is transgression. Transgression equals rebellion, transgression. The peshai, right? Acts of rebellion against Elohim's will in mature age. So in David's psalm right here, when he speaks about the sins of my youth, the chatot neorai, then he speaks about fishai, and my fesha, my acts of rebellion against Elohim's will in mature age. Right? And then he says this right here, KJV says, remember thou me for thy goodness sake. Or in the Hebrew sense, Zekar li ata lima'an, so that uveka, so that your goodness, Yahuwah, so that your goodness, or for your goodness sake, tube. So we have tob, right, which is good, and then we have tube. So tob is good, but tube is goodness, like the good things, right? The goodness, right? The goodness as an attribute of Yahuwah, as an attribute of Ha Elohim, goodness, tubeka, the I male goodness, Yahuwah, oh he who be, who he be? He be goodness, right? For goodness sake. He does not rest, here in this point of the prayer at verse 7, not resting one's plea for forgiveness upon any merit. Like somebody say, well, forgive me, God, because I'm a good person. No, he don't go there. Right? He does not rest his plea for forgiveness upon any merits that he may actually possess. But it's all upon Yahuwah's goodness. Tubeka, Yahuwah, right? Hence, the next section here, it contains the praise of Elohim's character as it's revealed, right, in his dealings with man. So once again, this 6th verse right here, Chatot Nirai Ufishai Alatis Tizkora Ka Hasidecha Zechar li ata lima'ana tuveka Yahweh. So the next section right here, 8 to 14, we'll get through it, is the praise of Elohim, the praise right here at the chet, pasuk chet, here, the 8th verse. Let's get to it. Good and upright is Yahweh, he who be, who he be. You'll notice something, that the name, the Hashem, has a sense of the meaning the best in English to bring out the basic sense of he who be, who he be. When he says, I am that I am, he literally didn't say I am. He said, I will be that which I will be. I will become, right? That beingness, right? So who he be, Yahweh, he who he be. Good and upright, Yahweh, that's who he be. Therefore will he, who is good and upright, teach sinners in the way. Right here, the Ivrit, Tov, with Yashar, Yahweh, Al Kain, Yoreh, Chataim, Badarek. Here, Tov, right? The Tov, remember, good, that attribute, good, pleasant, agreeable, with, and Yashar, Tov, Yashar, Yashar. Yashar, what is Yashar? Yashar, straight, upright, correct, right? Leveled up, right? Straightforward, right? Uprightness, right? But a general sense of upright. In the Hebrew, Yashar, to be straight, straightforward, upright. He who he be, right, is good and upright, right? Oh, with Yashar, Yahuwah, Al Kain, therefore, Al Kain on this, Yoreh. So we have the word Yoreh right here from Yara, which has a twofold sense. One sense is to throw, to shoot, to cast, to shoot, right? To shoot right here, but you see in the Heave sense, it's to throw, to cast, right? To Yara, right? To shoot. But it's also to point out, to show, to direct. Now, this word here is the root of Torah, right? Yara, in a twofold sense. Yara with a hey, and Yara with an aleph. Yara and Yara, right? To aim, to point, right? Here we have to flow as water, to throw, to point out. In the figurative sense, Yoreh, right? Interesting, Yoreh can be the shada, but Yoreh can be the one who points out, who teaches by pointing out, right? Yoreh, right? Respect the shada. Al Kain Yoreh Chataim. On this, or therefore, Al Kain Yoreh. So the translator says he will teach Yoreh. He will teach in the sense of pointing out, right? Directing, right? Chataim, chataim, right? The chataim right here is the sinners. Remember in the previous verse, it was speaking about the sins, the scenes, right, of my youth, where it says chatot neorai. Here it says al kain yoreh. Therefore, on this he will teach, point out, aim, direct, chataim. The chataim are sinners. Chataim, 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 chataim. Badarek, in the way. Badarek, in hadarek, in the derek, right? Badarek, in the way. What do we have right here, here? There's praise of Elohim. All came. Therefore, all came. A case of cause and effect. See, this is a case of cause and effect. Mida connected mida, measure for measure. Tov yashar Yahuwah all came. Therefore, on this, a case of cause and effect, because he is Yashar. Yashar. Yahuwah is Yashar, right? Yashar. Because he is Yashar, upright, he must necessarily offer guidance to those who stray from the right path. Now, the Rebbanim, the scholars of Torah, the rabbis, deem this one of the greatest sayings of Scripture. This saying right here, many of the ancient scribes and scholars of Scripture deem this as one of the greatest sayings of Scripture, because Yahweh is good. Tob. He is good, right? He is just. He is tzedek, right? Tzaddik, right? Righteous. He is Yashar. Because of these attributes of who he be, Tov Yashar Yahweh, because of that, he must, right? Sinners must suffer the consequence of their misdeeds. And because Yahweh is just, he is good. So because he is good, he is just. Therefore, sinners, akas, chataim, must suffer the consequence of their misdeed. And because he is just, yashar, upright, he is good. Oh, right? These consequences of man's sins, they prove in the end, in the fulfillment, to be not vindictive, right? Intended to be vindictive, but remedial. So man can correct his way to the way, truth, and life. All came yoreh chataim badarek. Therefore, he will teach, aim, direct, right? He instructs. Better, it would have been he instructs. Therefore, he will instruct. Al kain yoreh. Therefore, he will instruct chataim, the sinners, badarek, in the way. Which way? The way, the truth, and life, right? The King of Kings Christ, and the way, the truth, and life, the way of repentance, of teshuvah. Because the sinners are going like the 180 wrong way, so they can turn, make that teshuvah, do that 180 to the way, the truth, and the life. So the way of repentance, whereby the sinner may retrace his erring steps, right? This is one of the comments of the Rebbanim, the scholars of Torah, right? This is found in the Midrash. Make him repent, make him do teshuvah, and obtain his atonement. Make him do teshuvah, might have a change of mind, a change of his way, repent, and obtain atonement, right? My children, what do I ask of you? Seek me and live, right? That's what Yahweh asks of us. Seek me, seek I, and live. Oh, with Yashar Yahweh al Kain Yoreh Chataim Badarek. Here to the 8th, to the 9th verse, right here. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. I see over here, it's the Lamad teach, right? So that's what we said in the previous verse. Better it would be he instructs, right? He instructs sinners in the way. But here the Hebrew, Yadrek Anawim, Yadrek Anawim Bamishpat. We Lamed Anawim Darko, the meek, the Anawim, those who are Anav, right? Those who are poor, humbled, right? The sense right down here is those who are depressed, right? Figuratively, they can be depressed in mind or also in circumstances. The meek, the humble, right? Blessed are the meek. Yadrake. Notice this word again is a darak. Darak is like to cause to trot, to cause to march, to cause to lead, right? Remember that the word darak was the verb of the word for way in Hebrew, derek. All right, so cause, like cause to trod in the way. That's the sense that Hebrew brings out. That's not quite translatable. Yadraka anawim, Yadrake anavim, right? The meek will he guide, ba mishpat, in the judgment, in ha mishpat, ba mishpat. The meek he will guide in mishpat, in judgment, right? We Allah made and teach Anawim Darko. And he would teach the meek, the humble, the Anavim Darko. Darko, teach Darko, his direct way, Darko, his way. So we have the Anawim, the Anavim, right? More on this can be connected with Psalm 9, round about verse 12, verse 13. Here, the word has a wider sense. The meek, the humble. The humble, a little more better, it would be like the humble are the opposite of the arrogant, who follow their own inclinations wherever they lead them. Whereas the former, the meek, the humble, are desirous of making themselves servants, right, to Yahweh and to his way, truth, and life, subservient to Eloheinu. They are anxious for his instruction, his guidance. That's what it says that the meek, the Anawim, the humble, will he guide in judgment, and the Anawim, the humble, the meek, will he teach his way, and he imparts it to them, right? In judgment, the principle of right conduct, of the right way, judgment. Once again, here, this verse, Yadreka anawim bamishpata. We alamed anawim darko. Here to the 10th, the Yod verse right here, here. Here we're in this section, verses 8 to 14, the praise of Elohim. All the paths of Yahweh, mercy and truth. To such, not unto, but to such as keep his covenant and his testimony. Call archota Yahweh cheseda ve'emet le notzreya berito we edotai. Here. All the paths, call archot, all the, here we go right here, the orach, right? The orach, the ways, right? All the ways. Call archot, Yahweh, all the ways of he who be, chesed we emet. So here we have two attributes right here, right? Key attributes, chesed, goodness, loving kindness, chesed, we, and emet. You remember like emet till? Emet, truth, firmness, faithfulness, trustfulness, right? So here, once again, as we said earlier in Exodus chapter 33, verse 13, remember the fourth verse, right? Just to connect this here with the fourth verse, right? In the fourth verse, Dawid here says to show me or cause me to know your ways. That's what Moshe's prayer was in Exodus 33 and 13, where the 13 attributes of he who be of Yahweh are revealed, where he causes Moshe and I to know him and know his ways. So here, right, Yahweh, his paths are mercy and truth, two of these key attributes, but they are mercy and truth to everybody. No. It says to such as keep his covenant and his testimony. So all the paths of Yahweh, mercy, chesed, ve'emet. To who? To everybody, not according to this verse, it says to such. So it's mercy and truth to such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. Kol orchot Yahuwah chesed ve'emet le notre. Now, hold on for a moment. Le notre brita ve'edotayu. Right? Just to read the fuller verse. This word keep is not the usual word in translation. Sometimes it's shamar. Here is natsar. This is where we get Nazarene from. Right? Natsar. Right? That's why we say that the Nazarene in Hebrew is not related directly etymologically to the word for Nazarite. That's only because in English they spell the words with a Z and they look similar. But this is the Natsar. So when we say Yeshua Hanotzri, it links with this word Nazareth, right? Links with the word Natsar. Natsar. The word Nazarene links to the word Nazar. We have Nazar and Natsar. Natsar is to guard, to watch over, to preserve, to guard, the sense of to keep, to observe, but to guard with fidelity, right? To keep like a watchman, right? So Yeshua HaNotzri, Jesus of Nazareth, Jesus of the Natsar, Notzri, of the guard, to protect, to maintain, to obey, right? In the second of the two senses, it can mean to conceal. But here it says to such as keep, right? It says here, Lenotzre, Notzre, the keepers of Berito, the keepers of his covenant with and Edotai and his Edut. Remember the ark of the Ha-Edut, the ark of the testimony. So what do we have right here? The paths of Yahuwah, or Hot Yahuwah. He gives the answer to his petition from verse 4. So the verse 10 here is giving the answer to the petition that we have in verse 4, right? In terms that are very similar to those proclaimed by Yahweh Eloheinu to Moshe Rabbeinu. Remember Moshe? So connect this here with Exodus chapter 33, verse 13, Chabarim, that lenotre burrito, that keep his berit his covenant, right? The covenant where that was made at Har Sinai, at Mount Sinai, where in Exodus chapter 19, verse 5, where edotayu, and his edut, his edah, right? His witness, his testimony, right? Now notice what it says. Always edotai is edot is plural of edah singular, edot plural. Why? It's always of the Torot as divine testimony. Remember to Moshe and giving the instructions for the construction, right? And he says concerning the ark, and he says, and the testimony which I shall give you, right? Put it in the ark, and then the ark is called, firstly, before Ark of the Covenant, it's called the Aron Ha-Edut. So here, he is mercy, right? His paths are mercy and truth to the Notre Burrito, to those who guard, right? To Nazarene, we say who guard his covenant with Edotayu and his testimonies, right? This also can be furthered checked in Psalm 19, round about verse 7, verse 8. Once again, before we move to the next verse, Kol orchot Yahuwah, chesed ve'emet, li notzrei burrito, ve'edotai. Here, verse 11, Yod Aleph. Here we have the 11th verse. For thy name's sake, Yahuwah, pardon mine iniquity, for it great. For your name's sake, Yahuwah, pardon my iniquity, for it's great. Now, what's interesting here is that in Psalm 25:11, this connects to the Brit Hadasha, the New Testament, right? Luke's Gospel, chapter 18, verse 13. Remember the publican? Unlike the self-righteous Pharisee, the publican wouldn't even lift up his head in prayer, tefillah. Psalm 25 here is a tefillah. Instead, Rabbeinu Yeshua said that he like kept his head down and just simply said, Elohim, be merciful to me, a sinner. This here links with this verse right here in today's daily Psalm 25:11. For thy name's sake, Yahweh, pardon mine iniquity, for great. Le ma'ana shimka, Yahweh, we salachta, la La avoni, my moral perversity. La avoni, ki rab, who, for rab, for nuff, who, for he is great, right? My avoni. It's kind of interesting the Hebrew sense right there. This word avon, not Avon, and it looks like Avon, right? Avon. But Aon in ancient Hebrew meant Aon, the Aon, modern pronunciation Avon, Avon, right? So right here, what do we have right here? For thy name's sake. Why? It's for thy name's sake. Lima'an Shimka Yahuwah, for thy name's sake. So the pardon that's being requested here is not, well, because I'm a good guy, I've done a lot of good things, I help a lot of people. No, it's for your name's sake, because your name, for your name is good. For your name, Yahweh, do what? Pardon, right? With salachta. So here we have salach. Some say salakia, right? Salach, slicha. We say slicha. Some say salakia. We say salicha, right? From salach. Salach means to forgive, to pardon. Salach, to forgive, right? Salachta, with salachta. For the eye has forgiven, la aoni, la avoni, my avon, my perversity, depravity, right? My guilt, the punishment of my iniquity, right? La avoni, ki, because, for rab, who? For rab, who? For rab, much, rab means much, enough, numerous, right? So he's saying here his iniquity, moral perversity is enough. For thy name's sake, lima'an shimcha, right? I appeal to the divine attribute. So David here teaching us about prayer. Here he's appealing to Yahweh's attribute. His attribute of what? Right? His attribute of chesed wa emet. His attribute of mercy, chesed wa emet, and emet. Chesed wa emet, for the expiation, right? For the salach, right? Salicha, right? For the forgiveness, right? The pardon, right? Of avoni, of my moral perversity, of the guiltiness, even that guilt that rests upon the conscience, right? Why? Ki Rav Hu, for he is great, for it is great, for he is great. It's interesting in the Hebrew. I just got to look at this right here. Wow. So you see the avon, that's why it says in the Hebrew, Ki Rav Hu, for, because Ra, much, who, he, for much he, for great is he, right? The he here, right? Noun masculine is the avon, or the aon, right? Or avon, right? Not although it is great. Some might translate, oh, although it is great. No, it's not although it's great. It's because my chet, my sin, my lack, my missing the mark, I'm being caught lacking, right, in the sight of your way, truth, and life is so grievous. I can only deep end, right, upon the infinite chesed, mercy, loving kindness, with emet, and truth, right? In other words, notice it's not truth and mercy, because the truth will get you, might get you punished. But first he says chesed, your loving kindness and truth. It is true that you are merciful, right? So not because because my sin is so great, it's so grievous, I can only depend upon the infinite chesed, mercy, loving kindness, for pardon, right? Salachta, for salach, salicha, Here, lima'an shimka. But notice this, it's all because lima'an, right? Shimka, because of your Shem, because of the Hashem, he who be who he be. Because in he who be who he be, his being, right, is merciful, loving, kind, forgiving, right? So appealing to the name, the Hashem, right here. Leman Shimka Yahweh Wisalachta La Aoni Ki Arab Hu. Here to the Yod Bait, the 12th verse right here. What man he that feareth Yahweh, him shall he teach in the way he shall choose. Right? Let's touch on the Hebrew first. Mizeh ha'ish yirei Yahweh yoreinu b'dereka yibchar. Mizeh. Who is this? Who this? Mizeh. Me. Who? Zeh. This. Who is this? Mizeh. Ha'ish. Who is this? The man. Who is this? The man. Mizeh Ha'ish. Who is the Ish? Right? Mizeh Ha'ish. Yirei Yahweh. Who reverences. Who Yarei. Right? Who reverences. Who respects. As I say, who respects in like a moral reverence, right? Moral reverence, respectfully speaking. Mizeh ha'ish yirei Yahweh. Who is this, the man, the ish, yirei Yahweh, who reverences, who respects he who be who he be? Yoreinu. Now there's a pun here, not a pun, but there's a play on two similar sounding words. The word for fear or reverence or respect, yare, and the word to teach here from yara, yara and yare. Right? Don't tell me that vowels don't matter. Right? Here we have a pun. Let me just go through it again and see if you can pick up on it. Mizeh haisha yirei Yahweh yoreinu b'dereka yibchar. So we have yirei, the reverencer of, respecter of, yirei Yahweh, of he who be who he be. Then we have yoreinu. He will teach or he will instruct by like pointing out, yara, he will point out, yoreinu b'derek, in the derek, in the way, yibchar, in the way that he bahar, that he shall select, to choose, right? The way that he shall select or elect, right? So what do we have right here? The way that he should. So a better translation of this in context of the spirit of the Hebrew is that what man, right? What ish is he that respects, that reverence Yahweh? Who? Whoever he be, him will he, Yahweh, instruct in the way that he should choose, right? That the man should choose, being possessed or having that respect, right? Yirei Yahweh, that yirat Elohim, that reverence of Elohim. To say in Hebrew, true religion is to have that reverence of Elohim, that respect of Elohim. He becomes amenable. He becomes amenable to Yahweh's instruction, to Torato, his Torah, so that he learns that which is the right path to select, to choose for himself. Therefore, this verse here, Mizeh ha'ish yirei Yahweh, yoreinu b'derek yibchar. Or better translation, what man is he that reverence, respects, he who be who he be? Him will he instruct in the way that he shall choose. Here. Mizeh ha'ish yirei Yahweh yoreinu b'derek yibchar. Here to the Yod Gimel, Yud Gamel, Yod Gimel. His soul, his psyche, his psychology, his soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed, his race, shall inherit the earth. shall dwell, shall lodge, like you dwell and you lodge somewhere, lodge in goodness. Betob, nafsho betob talin, wizaro yiyarash aretz. Nafsho, his soul, his nefesh, soul, the psyche, right? Nafsho, his soul, betob, right? At ease, the word at ease is actually the word tob, in tob, betob. Oh, good, in goodness, in pleasantness, in agreeableness, right? In that which is appropriate, that which lends to gladness, happiness, prosperity, in goodness, all the range, to give the full range of good, right? Nafshobit, oh, Talin, she shall dwell, right? His soul in goodness, she shall dwell. His soul, the soul is feminine in the Hebrew. So Talin, she shall dwell, right? Nafsho bitob Talin from loon lean, Talin, she shall lodge, she shall stop over, she shall pass, she shall spend the night. The psyche will spend the night, will lodge, will abide, right? Right? In goodness, stop over, usually overnight, right? The sense of the word when we get to the root, to stay. The sense is like stay, like permanently, right? Right? Nafsho b'tov talin, with and zaro, and his zera, zera is seed, sowing. Now, seed in the Hebrew, zerah, it has a few different senses. Zerah, the sower, hazoreya, the soul went forth to sow. The zerah, the seed in the man, the semen, the virileness, the zerah, right? Also the offspring, the zerah, descendants, posterity, right? Children, zerah. It can also apply to moral quality, practitioner of righteousness. Remember when Yeshua, Robenu, uses the parable, the first of the parables to disciples in Matthew chapter 13? He talks about Zoreya, a sower went forth to sow, right? That's that moral quality, the practitioner, the teacher of righteousness. Also sowing time. This word also can define race in its direct sense, Hebraic, not racism, all that nonsense of the Gentiles, but this will be the word that actually link with it. Like the race of Abraham is his seed. Check, right? Nafsho b'tov talin with zaro, and his zaro, his zera, seed, zaro, his seed, yirash, from yaresh, to seize, to dispossess, to take possession of. This is the word for inherit, right? Inherit, this is an interesting word I want to show you quickly, that the yaresh, right? The yaresh, right? Yarash has an ancient sense, the word for inherit, to occupy. Occupy. The sense of it is by driving out the previous tenants, right? Driving out, so we can look at that in the sense of the Israelites. They were to occupy and drive out the previous tenants. It points to the ancient sense of inheritance, in a sense, to possess in their place, right? So here it says, with Zaro and his seed, right? Yirash Aretz will inherit the earth, but the context here is not so much the earth, but it's the land. As the word Aretz can refer to land or earth. So in the direct context, speaking of Dawid, the Psalm, and Israel, is saying that the seed, right, of that righteous one will do what? Will inherit or drive out the others and occupy in their stead. That's what was told to the Israelite. Yes? Check. Nafshobit over talim, wizaro yirash aretz. Here. Where are we? Right here. His soul shall abide in prosperity. So this sense of at ease, it could have just said his soul will abide in goodness, or in good, right? But this sense of good right here, just to zoom in on this, his righteousness will be rewarded by Elohim's bounty, and he will lack nothing, right? It says, Yahweh is my shepherd, I shall not want. A better understanding of that psalm is, Yahweh is my shepherd, I will not be lacking. I won't be lacking. My shepherd provide for me, so I'm not lacking. As we have in Psalm 34, verse 10, verse 11, and in Psalm 37, verse 24, 25. His seed shall inherit the land, more correctly, the land. His children, right, his seed, his race will remain in possession of what is bequeathed to them, right? As we have in Proverbs chapter 2, verse 21, it reads what? The upright shall dwell in the land. The wicked, the ratchet, the criminal, the guilty shall be cut off from the land. Proverbs 2:21, the upright, right, shall dwell in the land. The wicked, the ratchet, the criminal, the guilty shall be cut off from the land. Nafsho b'tov talim, wizaro yirash aretz. Here to the Yod Dalet, as we complete this section right here, to the last and final section of today's daily psalm, the Yod Dalet. Here. 14th, the secret of Yahweh with them that reverence, that respect him, and he will shew them his covenant, right? The word shew here, not to be confused with just seeing, is the word yada'a, hodia, right? He will cause them to know, right? When it says shew them, he will cause them to know burrito, his berit, right? And his covenant, to make them know it. You see the translator's note there? And his covenant, to make them know it. Not just to see it. Oh, I seen it. No. Do you know it? To yada, 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 right? Get to know it, to show it, right? Yada, yada, to know it. Yada, yada, yada. Right here. Sod Yahweh liya re'ayu. Ua berito lehodiam, and he will cause them to know, lehodiam, causing them to know, berito, lehodiam, causing them to yada, yada, yada. What do we have right here? Here, final verse here of the second section, the praise of Elohim. Here. The secret, the word for secret is sod, counsel, like a council, both counsel and counsel, right? There's counsel, council, and there's counsel, counsel, council, like a bunch of ones coming together to deliberate, and counsel, somebody giving you advice, right? So assembly, right? An assembly. So it says the sod Yahweh. Sod, translated here, says the secret of Yahweh. ISV has this a little bit better, the intimate counsel. The intimate counsel of he who ye be, with them that reverence, that respect him, right? Sod Yahweh li reayu. Le is for Yereayu. It's for those who reverence, who respect him, right? And he will shew or cause them to know burrito, his berit, right? His berit, his covenant, burrito, his covenant, berit, his berit, burrito. So here it says burrito le hodiam. He will cause them to know it, not just to see it, right? But to know it. So the secret, intimate counsel, right? In addition to material prosperity, as we have from the previous verse where it says at ease, right? Dwelling at ease, his soul shall abide at ease or in prosperity. In addition to material prosperity, the righteous, the tzaddikim, enjoy an intimate fellowship, right? An intimate, right, fellowship of the spirit, right, of the ruach, with Yahweh Eloheinu, with Elohim, right, to make them know it. So here, somewhat of a false translation, and he will shew like he's going to show them more correctly, and his covenant uberito li to hold the arm, to cause them to hodia, to cause them to know it. What do we have here? To make them know it by having a deeper and a fuller, right, gnosis, an epignosis of what is implied, right, in Yahweh's covenant. What is really implied in the burrito, with them, that reverence, that have a reverence, a respect, a reverence, right? They derive greater berkot, blessings, empowerment to prosper from it, from the berit, from the covenant, and from their covenant keeping. So right here, Sod, Yahweh, Li Reaya, Uberito, Alihodiam. So here at verse 14, right, ends that section right there, the praise of Yahweh Eloheinu. And here at the eighth Vav, eighth Wow, at the 15th, right, to the conclusion of today's daily psalm, right here from verse 15 to 21, right here, this section is Tefilato, his prayer resumed. So once again, just for overview at this point, verse 1 to 7, right, was the appeal, a prayer and an appeal, right, for guidance, protection, and pardon. In verses 8 to 14 was the praise of Yahweh Eloheinu. And here in verses 15 to 21, his tefillah from the beginning, here it is resumed. He says, mine eyes ever toward Yahweh, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Right? Pluck, to say bring forth. He will bring forth my feet. Here, Ainai, Tamid il Yahweh, Ainai, my ayin is I. So he says, Ainai, my eyes, Ainai, Tamid is ever, tamid, continually, always, continually, tamid, right? Continuance, right? Continually. Ainai tamid, my eyes always to Yahweh, always to he who be. Ainai tamid Yahweh, ki huwa yotzi, for, because, who, he himself and none other. Ki hu yotzi, who, he himself, yotzi, he will cause to exit, right? To exit, right? May reshet, may from the reshet, may reshet raglai, he will cause my feet to exodus, right? From the reshet. Reshet is net, right? A net for catching, a net of judgment, a net of leaders, of people, the leaders leading the people to sin, right? As a trap for man, right? The reshet. Interesting that the network, the brazen part of the altar, the brazen altar of the tabernacle, that network, the grate right there, was also called the net, the network, right? The reshet. But here, the context here is the traps, right? Like he will cause my feet, my way, to exit, right? To exit, right? The word pluck right here is yatzah, right? Yatzah, to come out, to exit, to go forth, right? Out of May Reshet. What do we have here? Mine eyes are ever toward Yahweh. Mine eyes, ever, right? Ever, forever, ever. Ainai tamida il Yahweh. What do we have here? Well, as the source of help, like in the psalm, right? To the eye, Yahweh, I lift up mine eyes. Yes. When in difficulty, the net, the reshet, this was pointed to in the earlier psalm, the reshet, in Psalm 9, round about verse 15, 16, Chabarim. Here, Ainai tamid el Yahweh. Ki hu yotzi me reshet raglai. My feet from the net, he will cause to exit it. Here, to the eighth Zain, here to the 16th verse right here. Turn thee to me, and have mercy upon me, for I desolate and afflicted, Here. We see the prayer resumed here. These verses here. He had verse 16. In this section, his prayer resumed. Pnei Eli, where Choneni Kia Yachid, where Ani. Here, turn to me. Pnei, from the Pana sense. Now the word fanim means face. This is the root of that. The word for face or faces. Pana. Here, the command pene, to turn, right? To turn, like to turn the face. The sense of this right down here is to turn to face, to turn the face. Pene, Eli, turn to I. Turn your face, Eli. Il ani, Eli, to I. Pene, Eli, wichoneni, and chonen, ani, and have Hanan, show grace, show favor, show pity, even undeserved favor and grace to me. Panei Elia Wichoneni Ki, because Yachid, what? Yachid. Now notice the word desolate. Here's where we have another false kind of translation. Here it says, I am desolate. But the word here is Yachid. Yachid. What is Yachid? Yachid means one and only. Remember to Abraham, it was said, to about the sacrifice, thy son, thy one and only, and of Moshiach, like of Yitzhak, the only begotten. That sense of one and only, that one and only sense. That's this word right here in Hebrew, Yachid. So how to translate say desolate? They couldn't do. If they did that with Yitzhak, when Yahweh said to Moshe, said to Abraham, right, about his son, his only son, and your only son, he said Yachid, same word, Yachid. But here they have Yachid as desolate. No, I am only. I am solitary. Right? I am only. You see the only begotten right there, only begotten son. Right? I am only, like one and only. The sense of this is like, could be united, but I am soul and alone in that sense, one and only. That beloved one because it's one and only. A sense of this could be lonely or only. Look how that goes. Word sound. Only and lonely. Context. Pnei Elia wichoneni kia yachid. For yachid, we're oni. And oni. Oni. Here it means to be poor, humble, wretched. Remember, it's like the word for meek. In the same psalm, meek and humble, the lowly, right? Depressed in mind and or circumstances, right? So here, right? Dawid is saying, for I'm alone, I'm one and only, I'm alone. We're ani and depressed, in circumstances, in mind and situation. We're ani. Ki yachida, we're ani. I myself and none other. So here we have turn to me. Everything for the psalmist depends on whether Yahweh's face is turned toward him, facing him, or away from him. This is an important principle Hebraically. Everything depends on whether Yahweh is turned towards one or if he's turned away from one. Right? The outline of the landscape may not be altered, but how do its features and its aspect change when from the midst of gray and lowering clouds, gloomy clouds, the sunshine begins to break through? And the azure, the azure, the blue, that blue, that yummy blue of the sky, when the azure of the heavens begin to appear. This is the sense here of turn to eye, Pnei Eli, like look at me, like turn to me, like it's almost like in many situations, even among regular men and people, when somebody said, please look at me, come on, look at me. No, look at me, please look at me. That sense there, right? That's the sense here. Pnei Eli, look upon I, will choneni, right? And chanan ani, and have mercy, show favor, pity me. Ki yachid, for I am alone, right? We're oni and depressed, down pressed, right? In mind and circumstance. Ani, I, myself, and none other. Solitary, yachid. The context here can be like friendless. I'm alone, lonely, alone. So right here to the 17th of Yod Zayn, Yod Zayn, right here. The troubles of my heart, the prayer continuing, the troubles of my heart are enlarged. Bring thou me out of my distresses, my stresses and distresses. Sarota levabi, hira chibu. Mima Tsukotai Hotseini Hotzia Ani. Cause me to exodus. Cause me to exit, to come out. Right? Sarota lebabi hira chivu. Mima Tsukotai Hotseini. What do we have here? Now, some of the notes right here. Some of the manuscript little differences, here har Heave Mimas Ukotai in the BHS and the Masoretic, the MT says here Chibu Mimas Ukotai. So here let's get into the English and build on this. The troubles of my heart, right? The troubles of my heart are enlarged. The first part is Sarot. Sarot is Sarah plurally, right? The straits, the stress, trouble. The sense of this is like the anxiety, the tightness, right? The anxiety can be a physical tightness or a psychological tightness. The Sarot. Here it says Sarot lebabi, levavi, lebabi, of my lebab, of my inner man, my mind, right? My heart, to say my mind, right? Are enlarged, right? Here chibu are rahab. Rahab is the root verb. Here chibu, right? Here chibu, right? Are the hefil sense, to make large, to enlarge. Here chibu from rahab. Here chibu, they are enlarged. They're broadened. The troubles, trouble keep increasing, keep broadening. Worries and anxieties. So the sarot lebabi, the troubles of my heart, the tightness, the anxieties of my mind, to bring it out in like a modern sense, like we understand this. Sarot lebabi, from the biblical troubles of my heart, right? The anxieties of my mind, hirchibu, they are broadening, getting more in that sense. So here it says Mima Tsukotai, right? Mima Tsukotai. What do we have right here? Right? Hotseini, Hotsia Ani, Yatsa Ani, Hotseini, right? Bring me out, cause me to exodus, right? From what? Me, from Mitsukotai, from my Mitsuka, my Mitsukot, actually in the plural sense. Mitsuka here, singular, Mitsukot, the straightness, the stresses and distresses, the narrowness, the tightness, the Matsuk, right? Narrowness and the tightness, the troubles. Here. What do we have here? Troubles of my heart, worries and anxiety, worries and problems. Here's Arot Lebabi, here Chibu. Mia Tsukotai, Hotseini. Here to Yod Chet, the 18th verse right here. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Here, re oniyi wa amali, with sa lekola chatotai, with sa lechol chatotai. What do we have here? Re. It's a command to see, to look, physically, to see, like the eyes see. Re, oni, See, right? Mine, oni. Re, oni, right? See my affliction, my poverty, my misery, right? See my depression. It's linked with the word ani. Remember the word ani, and also the word for meek, right? Anao, anav, right there. See my anna, my being occupied, being busied with, my being afflicted, down pressed, my being humbled down with, my being bowed down with. Right here, re, oni, re, oni, re, oni, wa amali, and wa, and not just my affliction, wa ani, right? Ani wa amali, and my amal, right? My toil, my labor, my trouble. It's interesting that both of these words here, they begin with ein, which is like a hard A sound, a deeper A sound, right? The toil, wearing effort, the amal. So we have the oni, and the amal. Oni, amal. See both of these. Re, oni wa amali, and my amali, my pain. With sa, and sa. Well, notice this. Remember earlier in this psalm, the word forgive or pardon, right? Here we have forgive, and now this is the nasa, the nasa. That's what we keep saying. We'll say it once again. There's some fake memes out there, right? Ignorant memes out there, which says that the word nasa means to deceive in Hebrew. No, that's incorrect. The word nasha mean to deceive or beguile, as Eve said, right? Here we have nasa, which means to lift, to bear up, to carry up, to lift up, to take up, to lift up, right? And in Hebrew, you see the third entry, to take or to take away. So by lifting something up, like say you have a big burden on your back and you're being bowed down and you can't even carry it, and it's breaking your back, it might break your neck, right? And somebody now lifts that up. So the sense here of chatat, of sin, right? Sin is like a weight, right? There's a guiltiness, respondem conscience. Oh yeah, re oniya wa amali, with sa, and lift up, with and sa. Sa from nasa is the command to speaking to a man to lift something, with sa. But the context here is to forgive, like to lift that burden of chet, of sin, right? Even that guiltiness upon the conscience, with sa, and lift up, likol, of all, lift up of all, chatotai, all my sins, all my chatot. So chata'ah here is singular, and chatot is plural, right? Sinful. Now, this word here, right, comes from this sense, chata'ah. Chata means to sin, but it means to miss. Like you miss the mark, like you fall short, like you miss hitting the bullseye, so to speak. Yeah? So with sa lekol chatotai, and lift up, literally it's like lift up all my sins. But if you translate it like that without a Hebrew understanding, it sounds weird. Right? It sounds like, what? Lift up all my sins. You know, why would you lift up your sin? We would think, put it down. No, lift up that burden. Right? As sin is like a heavy load. That guiltiness can rest upon one's conscience. So here, the acrostic of the Hebrew, it requires that this verse to begin with the letter Kof. When we look at the Hebrew, to begin with the letter Kof, right? Instead, right, and the next verse begins with the Resh. As we said, the psalm is 22 verses, and it matches at many points the order of the Hebrew alphabet. But there's some points where there is irregularity where it goes out of that order. But majority-wise, it lines up with the order of the Hebrew alphabet. So this verse here, right, should have Kof, right? Kof, a word beginning with the Kof, but here it begins with Resh. Re-a, resh, re-a, right? To see, right? Some conjecture that the word kuma, which means to rise up, kuma, as we have in Psalm 3, round about verse 7 and 8, may have fallen out. But here too, we can point to the LXX, the Septuagint, right, to support the Masoretic text right here, just to lining up the accuracy right here. See all mine affliction, as we have in Psalm 9, round about the 13th, 14th verse, and forgive. As we're mentioning right here, the word forgive from nasa, sa, lift up. Sin, chet, being thought of Hebraically as a crushing burden, even a psychological burden. Sin as a crushing burden. Guiltiness can rest hard upon the conscience. The psalmist and Anivani, I and I, we pray to be relieved of this load, the load of the chatot, the sins, the uckeries, right? From the conviction that they are the cause of his and many one's suffering, psychologically speaking. And psychology or science, which is observable, has also pointed out that this also is verifiably true. When he talk about psychosomatic illnesses, psycho means soul in the Greek, and that corresponds with soul, right? Also in the Hebrew sense, right? So sin being thought of as a crushing burden, right? And the psalmist and I should pray to relieve of this load of sins, right? From the conviction, right, that they can be psychosomatically the cause of suffering. Guiltiness does rest on conscience, right? And I'm not just saying this to y'all, because, if you're being real and honest, then this is a true principle. So this is why it says the word forgive is lift up. Visa lechol chatotai, right? Lift up all my sins, right? Which means to lift this burden from off of me. Here at the Yod Tate, right here. Consider mine enemies. Can't forget about them in the prayer, right? Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. Now, the Hebrew is more forcible with hatred of violence. What do we have right here, right? Here it says re'eh. Now, notice the translation. The translation says consider here, right? It's actually the ra'ah, re, right? To see. Let's go back one verse right here, right? Remember, this is the verse before. Here they translate, the KJV translator says look, right? From the re, right? As we have in the text, re, see, the command to see. Now over here in the next verse, check this out. In the next verse, right, they say consider, but really it's the same re'eh. You see what I'm saying? So it's still the same look. See this, right? Look upon my enemy. So to look upon them is likened to consider. Like, look at my enemies. Are you talking to somebody? Look at these people who hate me. It's not necessarily saying physically just look at them, but consider them in that translative sense. Re'eh oibai, right? Re oivai, re'eh oibai. Consider them, oh boys, right? Oyebs, right? The oyebs. Consider those enemies, personal, national. Consider those haters, those adversaries. See them. Seen, re, oibai, kia rabua wit, sinat, Hamas, Sineu, they hate ani, me. Sineuni, Rey oibaya kia rabua, we sinata hamasa, Sineuni. Consider, see them, mine enemies, for they are many. Ki rabu. Remember the word rab. Now we have rabab, right? The verb to become many. Rab, many, enough ones. Rabab, the verb to become many, to increase, to become numerous, right? To become numerous, to increase, right? To multiply. Ki rabu, for they're multiplying. Re oibai ki rabu, with sinat, and the hatred of. So here we have the sinat It's from Sane. Sane in Hebrew, to be hateful. He was hateful. So here we have wit and sinat. Sinat is the hatred of. Sinat, the hatred of. So it's incomplete without the next word following. Sinata Hamas. Sinata Hamas. You heard about Hamas. So here when it says they hate me with cruel hatred, the word cruel here is Hamas in the translation Hamas. But in the Hebrew, it takes on more of a sense of violence. Yes, it can be cruelty, but also violence. Hamas. Hamas. Right? Violence. The implication is wrong, the sense of like unjust gain. Like somebody snatching and grabbing and stealing and violently robbing people. That's the sense of Hamas. Hamas, right? So it says, with Sinata Hamas. So, and hatred of violence, right? With a hatred that is violent. So it's like a violent hatred. Sineu, 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 or Sneu, Sneuni, Sneuni, or Sineuni. They hate Ani. They hate me. What do we have here? Sinata Hamas, cruel hatred, or the hatred of violence, right? The hatred of violence. Not that they hate violence, but the hatred that's of violence. The hatred that is of, let's bring this out right here. The hatred that is of Hamas, bring it down here. Violence, wrong. The sense of unjust gain. The hatred that is of unjust gain, right? A hatred that results in down oppression, right? The hatred that resulted in taking people into captivity and giving them a false ethnicity as a title. So you're going to enslave them. But slave come from Slav. Why couldn't they just be servants? Even bond servants. Why do you have to call it slavery, right? And enslavement. Why can't you just call it bondage, or captivity, right? To keep it truly. Hatred of violence. This hatred of violence, the hatred that results in down oppression, right? Theirs is a hatred that proceeds from injustice, a hatred that proceeds from a lack of justice, no justice, and it leads to fresh injustice. This is like what some of our people have said. I think it was even Elijah Muhammad, that hate produced or something like that. That whole thing back in them days, the hate that hate produced, right? That brings out the sense of the cruel hatred, or the sinata Hamas, the hatred that's born of violence. Theirs is the hatred that proceeds from injustice, right? And therefore it proceeds from injustice and it leads to fresh injustice. Right? You're caught up in the cycle of hatred. That's what this verse is bringing out right here. Re oibai kia rabu we sinata Hamas sineu ni. Here to the kaf. Almost fulfilled right here. Just a couple more verses. Oh, keep my soul and deliver me. Make me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Now, if you recall the beginning of the psalm, we can see the prayer is kind of doving into how it began, right? Here. Shamra, nafshi, Shamra, keep her, nafshi, my soul, my psyche. In other words, keep my psychology. Shamra, nafshi, where hatzeleini, and deliver and exodus me, right? Hatzeleini, and snatch me away. The word here, scroll down here, means to snatch away, whether it's in a good or bad sense. But this here, a good sense. Where hatzeleini, and snatch me, hatzil ani, deliver me by like snatching me out of harm's way. Alebosh, right? Let me not be ashamed. Don't ebosh, I to shame, right? I to bush, right? Bush, alebosh, right? Alebosh. Don't let me feel shame. Don't let me feel disconcerted. Don't make me feel disappointed. Don't make me pale, right? Alebosh. Ki, because, for, why, for what reason? Let me not be ashamed. Alevosh. Ki, because, ki chasiti, because I have chasa, I have sought refuge, fled for protection. In the figurative sense, I confide, I hope, I expect, I trust in, right, bak, in the eye. Shamra nafshi wehatz aleini. Alevosh ki hasiti bak. What do we have right here? Keep my soul, protect me, right? Shamra, right? In the literal sense here, it's like protect her, protect my psyche, protect my soul. Shamra nafshi, right? Protect me. Let me not be ashamed. Al evosh, al ebosh. By succumbing to my enemies in spite of reliance upon Yahweh's help, aid, guidance. Right? Sometimes under the pressure, one might compromise or even give in. Right? He's saying, protect my psyche, my psychology, so they don't psych me out. Right? And snatch me out of harm's way, deliver me. Right? Don't let me be pale, ashamed, disappointed, because I have fled to you. I confide in thee. Shamra nafshi wechataleni. Ale boshki chasiti bak. Here. To the 21st verse, the Kaf Ale verse right here. May integrity and uprightness preserve me. For I wait on thee. For I wait on thee, I. Now we notice some notes up here. Let's see if we can get to those notes. So the LXX, it adds Lord or Yahweh, well, actually Kurios or Lord, Adonai. It adds Lord, right, after the final word. So if you was reading the LXX, this verse would read as, may integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee, O Lord. Right? That's the difference right there. It adds that particular word right there. But in the Masoretic, the text before us, we have no such thing. Right? Here it reads, Tom, wa yosher yitzaruni ki kwitika tom. What is tom? Not Tom, but tom, not Tom, but tom. Right? Integrity, completeness. Right? Completeness, fullness. This word also in the Hebrew sense can bring out a sense of perfectness, but in the same sense of completeness, a sense of innocence, simplicity, integrity. Right? Integrity is a good way to bring it out here in the context right here. Integrity, right? Tom, integrity, wa, and yosher. Remember, it said that Yahweh is Yashar. Some say Jasher, but actually Yashar, upright. So here it says Tom wa yosher, right? May Tom, right? Integrity, wa, and yosher. So we have yosher. You see yosher? Vowels matter, right? Yashar is upright, and yosher is straightness, is uprightness, is evenness. Speaking about the moral implications of straightness and uprightness and rightness. Yosher. What is right? What is due? Yosher, right? Yosher. What is right? So here we say Tom, right? Integrity, Tom, Wayosha. Integrity and uprightness, Yitzaruni. Remember the word preserve? We had it earlier, the Natsar, right? Natsar. And Natsar here is related to Yeshua of Nazareth, Ha-Notzri, Nazarene, Ha-Notzri, right? Nazareth, the Nazarene, Ha-Notzri. And the root of that is Natsar. Natsar, which means to guard, to watch over like a guardman, to preserve, to guard from dangers, to keep, to observe, to guard with faithfulness, right? To guard, to keep close, right? Like you guarding somebody, that means you blockade them. Nothing can touch them. Like you're the watchman, right? To guard in the good sense, to protect, maintain, to obey. And in the opposite sense, or the next of the two truths, it can mean to conceal, right? But right here, Tom Wa Yosha, right? Integrity and uprightness, yitzru, they guarding, right? Ani, they guarding me. Yitzaruni, Tom Wayosher Yitzaruni, right? May integrity and uprightness guard me, right? Ki, because for kawitika, kia kavitika, kia kavitika, Ki, because kawitika, because I wait, I expect, I kava, right? Kavitika, I wait. The wait here is in the sense of expecting. You see what it says, to wait, to look. I'm looking eagerly for, right? Not just sitting around, just sitting still. No, I'm expecting it, right? I'm expecting it, right? Even in a deeper sense, not to go fully there, but you see the secondary kava, to collect, to bind together, right? It's like to bind together from the ancient sense. So the word for waiting is really to expect. But when you start to study the Hebrew word, the etymological significance of the ancient Hebrew, it's like binding together like rope and cord. So the sense of waiting in Hebrew is almost like the thing that you wait for, you actually are pulling, you're binding and pulling to you. You're collecting to you, right? So in the figurative sense, you're expecting it. This is what Moshe taught about prayer, about effective prayer, praying for those things, praying for those things that be not as though they are, the thing that you pray for, right? To approach it with the attitude that you have received it. Yes. Tom wa yosher yitzaruni aki kawitika. What do we have here? May integrity and uprightness preserve me. May single-hearted devotion to Yahweh Eloheinu and his way, truth, and life, and honorable behavior, right, to men, to human beings, be, as it were, guardian angels at my side, as we have in Psalm 61, round about verse 7, verse 8, 61, verse 7, verse 8. He prays thus, and we pray like this, not on the ground of his own merits. Notice this prayer, and the prayer here is not like, well, I'm a good guy, I've been always done good for people, I just love everybody. No, but it's praying not on the grounds of one's own merits, but in virtue, in the strength, right, of his patient and expectant, right, dependence on Yahweh Eloheinu, on the way, the truth, and the life. Therefore, he says, kawitika, ki kawitika, ki kawitika, ki kaviticha, for I expect on thee, right? I place my expectation, right, in thee, right, as the champion, right, of the afflicted, right, like standing at my right hand, not being moved, stirred, or shaken. Tom wa yoshara yitzaruni, kia kawiticha. Here, last and final verse, the kaf bait, right? The 22nd verse right here. In this Dawid's prayer right here, Psalm 25, the concluding She'elah. What is a She'elah? She'elah is like a petition, like an ask, right? Here, it says, Padeh, right? Padeh Elohim, right? Et Yisrael, Mikol Tsarotai. Tsarotayu, right? Here he says redeem, right? Pede is from pada, right? Sometimes pointed as fada, fide, pede. Here we have pada. Pada is one of the words for ransom or redeem and rescue, right? This word is more for ransom, right? it can also be used in a redeem sense. Yes, there's a slight difference between ransom and redeem. But be that as it may, the key of this word here, Strong's bringing out from the ancient sense, fada, of the Afro-Semitic, it means to sever. So a ransom, when using the word fada or pada, has a sense of to sever, to cut, to cut, this sense of ransom, right? So more better in translation, not to confuse it with the Ga'al. Ga'al is redeem, like the Goel, Ha-Goel, the kinsman redeemer. This word right here is like to ransom, right? To sever, generally to release, in that sense to preserve. But the ransom, the redeeming, is a severance. It has a sense of severance. Pede, right? Translator says redeem, right? Or ransom, O Elohim, O Creator, O Judge, et Yisrael. Ransom, redeem, sever Yisrael. In other words, ransom Israel by severing Israel, right? From all of Israel's troubles, right? Like cutting that off, right? Pedei Elohim eta Yisrael, me call from all, me from call all, me call tsarotayu, tsarotav, tsarotayu, or tsarotayo, right? From all his tsarot, right? Tsarot, the troubles, the anxieties. Once again, tsara, right? Straits, difficulties, tightness. Now, concluding prayer right here, like Psalm 34, the Psalm, the Mizmor, adds to the acrostic a final verse. So remember, the companion Psalm in the Salsa to today's daily Psalm, Psalm 25, is Psalm 34. And they share a lot in common. Even the fact that at its concluding verse, it adds another verse to the acrostic formula, the Aleph to Tau, and here it adds the Pei, or the Fe, right? The verse with the letter Pe or Fe. And here, redeem Yisrael. The whole of the psalm struck a personal note. Did you notice that? The whole of the psalm was very personal, right? A personal note right there, right? For recital, right, in the temple or for communal worship, right, it was, some say, right, during the time of Ezra, the post-exilic times, and Nehemiah, right, it was thought proper to conclude, right, this Davidic psalm, right, that has a strongly personal note, to conclude with a reference to the needs of the community, So the prayer, the tefillah, admirably, it harmonizes with the whole spirit, right, of the psalm, and it sums up perfectly. It sums up the petitions. There are many petitions here that are summed up in the psalm, and then it concludes with this: for Kol Yisrael, for all of Israel, right here, Pedei Elohim. And note that in the conclusion verse, it uses Elohim, right, the title of Yahweh as creator and as judge, instead of the name, the Shem, but uses the Hashem, the covenant name, elsewhere, quite appropriately. But we can learn from that in our use, so we don't call in vain. Here, Pedei Elohim et Yisrael mikol tsarotayo. Here, today's daily psalm, Psalm 25, Psalm 25, right here, Shema Yisrael, Davai.
That walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. And also, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד. אליך אדוני נפשי אשא, אלוהי בך בטחתי, אל אבושה, אל יעלצו אויבי לי, גם כל קוביך לא יבושו. יבושו הבוגדים ריקם. דרכיך אדוני הודיעני, אורחותיך למדני. הדריכני ואמיתך ולמדני, כי אתה אלוהי ישעי, אותך קיוויתי כל היום. זכור רחמך אדוני וחסדיך, כי מעולם המה. חטות נעורי ופשעי אל תזכור, כחסדך זכור לי אתה, למען טובך אדוני. טוב וישר אדוני, על כן יורה חטאים בדרך. ידרך ענבים במשפט, ולמד ענבים דרכו. כל אורחות אדוני חסד ואמת, לנוצרי בריתו ועדותיו. למען שמך אדוני, וסלחת לעווני כי רב הוא. מי זה האיש ירא אדוני, יורנו בדרך יבחר. נפשו בטוב תלין, וזרעו יירש ארץ. סוד אדוני לרעיו, ובריתו להודיעם. עיני תמיד אל אדוני, כי הוא יוציא מרשת רגלי. פנה אלי וחונני, כי יחיד ועני אני. צרות לבבי הרחיבו, ממצוקותי הוציאני. ראה עוניי ועמלי, ושא לכל חטאותי. ראה אויבי כי רבו, ושנאת חמאס שנאוני. שמרה נפשי והצילני, אל אבוש כי חסיתי בך. תום ויושר יצרוני, כי קיוויתיך. פדה אלוהים את ישראל מכל צרותיו.
Yes, yes, yes. As the scripture says, one speaking a language, let there be one who may interpret. So right here, English, the English here with the Hebrew, some Hebrew highlights in this brown. God bless my soul.
That walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. And also, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
Psalm 25.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד, 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 לדוד.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
אליך אדוני נפשי אשא.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
אלוהי, 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 אלוהי.
I trust in thee, in thee, in thee, in thee.
בך בטחתי, 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 בטחתי.
Let me not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed.
אל אבוש, אל אבוש, אל אבוש, אל אבוש, אל אבוש, אל אבוש.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me, over me, over me, over me.
אל יעלצו אויבי לי, אויבי לי, אויבי לי, אויבי לי, אויבי לי.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his trouble, 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 out of all his trouble,
and say Amen, Amen, Amen. Yes, sir.
O Lord, open thou my lips, my lips, my lips, my lips.
Adonai שפתי תפתח, 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 תפתח.
And my mouth shall show forth thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise, thy praise.
ופי יגיד תהילתך, 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 תהילתך.
Yes, yes, yes. Give thanks, Chaverim, Laila Tov. Have a good night. Boker Tov, a good morning. Yom Tov, have a good day. Shavua Tov, good Shavua right here, here, here. Give thanks to T to T, here, here, here. Just sealing up right here, here, here. What should we seal up with right here? Yes, 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 yes. Give thanks right here. Let's see what we got right here. Yeah. How about this right here? We're going to seal up with this right here for the outro. Kingdom Trees, Midnight, Kingdom Trees. Yes, I. Praise be he who be. Divine Magic.
More lion growing to me. All praises to his majesty. Child of a night, action fully. Hey, hey. Whoa, yeah. Because we take out the cardinal chains. After how I come your blood ship set sail. It's the Ija put me man in heaven herb gates. Rasta man of a set mountain. That day must come again. To battle and chicken Selassie I name. What a long eternity time frame. Create the forces who aspiring to them. To humble within wrong is righteous spirit. That is good spirit. Ah, yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Hey, 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 hey. Come here to see the old dragon slain. Come here, come build man, cause man build I say him. Want me walk the suit mental pain. Me youth hygiene gone in again. So humble within wrong is good spirit. That is good spirit. That is good spirit. Ah, yes, in the kingdom trees balancing over it. Technological pruning hooks and plowshares. Every room full of back camera these days. But your mama don't say change your ways. Federal crab gun, this squeeze, listen in the end. Listen in the end. What could evolution of the elements became? But a genius of a stupid game. To them matter is a constant shame. What kind of manners we arrange them brain? Humble within wrong is good spirit. That is good spirit. That is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees, balancing over it. Yeah. Come here to see the old dragon slain. Come here, come build man, cause man be like same. Well, what we suit I mental pain. Me youth hygiene gone down again. To humble within wrong is good spirit. Within wrong that is good spirit. Yes, in the kingdom trees, balancing over it. Yeah. Because we the cut of colonial chains. After a while come your blood ships and sail. It's the Ija put we manage heaven gates. Rasta man of us and maintain that day must come again. To battle at chicken till I see I name. What a long eternity time frame. Create the forces you aspiring to tame. Yes, in the kingdom trees, balancing over.